I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I got the honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton will be leading us in singing the national anthem. I apologize again. Please go ahead.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Carton bras et porter le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, September is a month that we devote to awareness of FASD, or fetal alcohol spectrum disorder. FASD is the leading cause of neurodevelopmental disability in Canada, affecting 4% of Canada's population, touching all socioeconomic categories of Canadians. This year's Awareness Month theme is Building Strengths and Abilities. Access to diagnosis and the right supports can help people with FASD to live full, active lives. The Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Society of Yukon, or FASI, works with Yukon communities to raise awareness and to support individuals and families with FASD. One program, called Landlords to End Homelessness, now supports 11 previously homeless people with FASD and is proudly supported by participating landlords. As Canadians and as members of Parliament, I hope we all take advantage of FASD Awareness Month to educate ourselves as to what more we can do to prevent FASD and to ensure those affected live to their full potential.
The honourable member for Charleswood St. James, Assiniboia Headingley.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Greg Weens. Greg is well known in my riding as a pastor at Westwood Community Church, but today I'd like to recognize his work as the outreach coordinator at Global Vision 2020. Globally, billions of people live with vision loss, and almost every single person on Earth will need eye care services during their lifetime. That's where Greg and Global Vision 2020 come in. They provide thousands of prescription eyeglasses to people who normally do not have access to vision care in developing countries. They do this with the UC Vision Kit, which identifies your prescription in under 5 minutes. When I met with Greg a few weeks ago, he made the glasses I'm wearing right now so quickly I couldn't believe my eyes. World Vision 2020 has clinics in developing countries all over the world. With 125 glasses to be deployed this year alone, this technology has the potential to provide clear vision to millions. Thanks, Greg, for bringing the gift of clear vision to so many.
The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, on the morning of July 25th, residents in our community awoke to an emergency alert, only the second time used in British Columbia. This alert was the result of a series of targeted shootings that occurred throughout the night of July 25th in parts of the Langleys. This tragic event left 2 people dead and 2 people injured. My heart goes out to the family and friends of Paul David Wynn and Stephen Furness, who were killed in these senseless shootings. Our community continues to mourn the loss of these 2 individuals who were sons, brothers, and friends to many. These shootings highlighted the ongoing danger the vulnerable and homeless population faces. When one person is forced to live on the streets, we are all diminished. Homelessness is a reality for too many Canadians and a challenge for every Canadian community. We must continue to work together with all levels of government, NGOs, Indigenous partners, and communities across Canada to increase support for vulnerable groups. Through the Reaching Home strategy, I'm pleased that many organizations in my community have raised support for these vulnerable populations, but more work must be done. Only by working together can we end chronic homelessness for all Canadians. Thank you.
L'honorable
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured today to mark the 60th anniversary of the founding of the De Montagne Chamber of Commerce and Industry. With its hundreds of active members, it has become, over the decades, a key player in economic and business development in the Lower Laurentians. It's no accident that in 2010, it received the honorary title of Chamber of Commerce of the Year in Quebec. Among its major achievements, the creation of the Governor's Circle and the Monarch's Gala, which highlight the excellence of our entrepreneurs, numerous Shop Local campaigns, and the creation of a junior branch to support the next generation of entrepreneurs. This is the result of constant hard work carried out by women and men who are committed to creating wealth for their community. Congratulations to the Board of Directors and staff, one after the other over the years. 60 years dedicated to the economic development of a region representing the interests of a community of entrepreneurs, Mr. Speaker, is worth celebrating. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, happy 60th anniversary to the CCI2M. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member, l'Honourable
The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Parliament mourns the passing of a gentleman who spent his life serving Parliament. Jean-Louis Franqui died on September 2nd at the age of 58, the son of an Italian immigrant who arrived in Canada in 1967. Jean-Louis Franqui graduated from the University of Ottawa in May 1986 with a BA in Social Sciences. In 1982, he began as a messenger, and in 1986 as a constable with House of Commons Security Services. On October 22nd, 2014, the day of the shooting in the Parliament buildings, Jean-Louis Franqui was first officer to provide protection to the Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Stephen Harper, in the Conservative Party caucus room until the arrival of the RCMP. Parliament salutes Jean-Louis Franqui for his memorable, heroic action, and we salute the Parliamentary Protection Service that enables us to do our work safely every day.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Mr. Speaker, it's exciting to see Canadians with a renewed sense of hope and optimism because of our new Conservative leader. His courageous vision and common sense message of freedom can unite our divided country. I'm reminded of the words in the book of Proverbs that says, "Where there is no vision, the people perish. And when a nation is led with understanding and knowledge, there is stability." Canadians are desperate for a Prime Minister and a government in whom they can once again trust to look out for their best interests and those of this great nation. A government for the people, not of the people. A government with a strong servant leader who cares about those he serves. Someone who understands that what makes Canada great is its people. Canadians only need two things to survive and thrive, Mr. Speaker: freedom and good government. And I can't wait for the next election when Canadians will have both. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. September is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. Cancer is the #1 disease killer of Canadian children. Too many children have been lost to this dreadful disease. Kids like Carson Clapham, who loved superheroes, Avery Castor, who loved basketball, and Tegan Walsh, who loved animals. Terry Fox was still in his teens when he was diagnosed and was motivated to change the face of cancer research by the kids he saw in the cancer ward. I am hopeful because of people like Sick Kids' Dr. David Malkin, who is leading groundbreaking and life-saving research as part of the Precision Child Health Initiative, and Jessica Rosenblum, a 2-time pediatric brain cancer fighter, nursing student and advocate for childhood cancer, who is documenting her journey as One Tough Cookie Club on Instagram. Our government recognized the need for investments in childhood cancer research by investing $30 million in Budget 2021. Give Jess a follow this month to learn more about childhood cancer and its impact on Canadians like her. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's always a privilege for me to speak about the ongoing community initiatives in my riding of Richmond Hill. I'm thrilled to see the continued valuable impact of Canada's Summer Job Program on our passionate and ambitious youth. This summer, I had the opportunity to celebrate the achievements of over 200 Canada Summer Job students in my riding. Our youths are the center of the change, and I'm inspired by their efforts to make a positive difference in Richmond Hill. I would also like to recognize the outstanding work done by our Jubilee Pin Award nominees. Your tireless philanthropic efforts in the areas such as eradicating homelessness, establishing mental health services, enhancing the well-being of seniors, women and youth at risk has made Richmond Hill stronger as a whole. To our admirable youth and community leaders, I extend my wholehearted gratitude for everything you do for Richmond Hill every day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay-Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, in celebration of National Forest Week, the Forest Products Association of Canada's annual Awards of Excellence is an incredible program designed to recognize the dedicated professionals who work in Canada's forest sector and the academics, community leaders, and professionals who work hard to advance the environmental and economic benefits of Canadian forestry. I am honored to rise in the House of Commons today to celebrate Clara Reinhold, Mayor of Radium Hot Springs, the beautiful mountain town of Kootenay-Columbia, for being recognized as a recipient for the Community Champion Award. The forest sector is critical for Kootenay-Columbia and Canada. It's important to recognize the dedication and sacrifice and hard work of community-minded individuals like Clara, who is on Parliament Hill today. Thank you for the Forest Product Associations of Canada. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of members of this chamber and the constituents of Kootenay-Columbia, I thank you, Clara, and all the recipients for your service to the community and offer you congratulations on your recognition as community champions.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not one to shy away from a fight, but when it comes to these great wrestlers from Surrey and the Valley, I will definitely think twice. I want to recognize and congratulate Amr Desi and Nishan Randhawa for their gold medals and Jasmeet Fulka for his bronze medal at the 2022 Commonwealth Games held in Birmingham, England. I also want to recognize Police Constable Jesse Sahota for taking home gold in the men's heavyweight wrestling at the World Police and Fire Games. In addition to taking home gold, Constable Sahota has been recognized with the prestigious International Association of Chiefs of Police Top 40 Under 40 Award. Congratulations to all the talented athletes for your accomplishments. Canada is proud of you.
The Honourable Member for Brantford-Brant.
Speaker, the new Conservative leader will put people first, their retirement, their paychecks, their homes, and their country. The housing crisis overlooked by this government kills any hope for home ownership by youth and newcomers. 30-year-olds who did everything we asked for, get degrees, working hard, are living in the parents' basement because housing prices have doubled. More and more young Canadians are considering moving to other countries where owning a house is not just a dream. The reason for all of this is the lack of action by this government, as they have no plan to address these issues. But we have a solution. A Conservative government will restore the hope of home ownership. We will cooperate with local governments to remove the gatekeepers and speed up building permits. We will sell off thousands of underutilized federal buildings and turn them into housing. We will introduce programs that will work. We will rekindle the hope that people's paychecks and savings can buy them a home. Enough of the false promises and failed agendas. It's time for real change. Let's start building homes for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, the new Conservative leader will put people first. Their retirement, their paycheck, their home, and their country. This government's high energy taxes and proposed fertilizer cuts will drive food production abroad and cost hard-working Canadians their jobs. Food prices are already skyrocketing. Food is up over 10% year over year. 4 out of 5 Canadians are changing their eating habits because of rising food prices. Stories of people who didn't need a food bank are suddenly in line have all become too common. A Conservative government will repeal these taxes and fertilizer mandates to get out of the way and off the backs of our farmers so that we can grow affordable food, feed our people, and be the breadbasket of this world.
The Honourable Member for Orleans. Mr. Speaker, today it's with great emotion that we recognize another extraordinary woman whom the Franco-Ontarian community and the people of Ottawa have unfortunately lost. After Gisèle Lalonde, who passed away on July 27th, it was with great sadness that we learned of the death on September 15th of another pioneer of the French-speaking community, a great lady, a friend, and a passionate Franco-Ontarian, Mariette Carrier-Fraser. During her brilliant professional career, she worked tirelessly within key organizations and as an assistant deputy minister in the Ontario government to strengthen the education system for Franco-Ontarians and was an unwavering force in improving access to French-language health care in Ontario. Her wise advice will forever mark the francophonie in our communities across our country. We'd like to express our sincere condolences to her family. And as we celebrate Franco-Ontarian Day on Sunday, let's remember the champions of Ontario's francophonie like Gisèle Lalonde.
Member for London, Fanshawe.
We are all in this chamber for different reasons, but quite literally we are here because of our mothers. And as many know, my mother was the former Member of Parliament for London Fanshawe. Last week, my incredible mother became the new president of the Douglas Caldwell-Leighton Foundation. The DCLF launched the Alexa McDonough Women's Leadership Center this June. McDonough made history as the first woman to lead a major political party as leader of the Nova Scotia NDP and later served as leader of our federal party. Under my mother's leadership, the Centre will produce new research to empower the next generation of strong women in their fight to reclaim our rights. I thank my mother, Alexa McDonough, and the DCLF for their work in our fight for women. Women's rights continue to be under attack here and around the world, and I will continue to fight for women against gender-based violence, for pay equity, for a safe workplace, for our right to choose, for gender-based health access, for our place in this House, and for future generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, today we mark the International Day of Peace. We mark it, but we cannot celebrate it because peace is an ideal that seems increasingly distant the way things are in today's world. We mark it especially with the Ukrainian people in mind, who now tragically understand its value better than anyone. We keep in mind the suffering of the Tigrayans, the Palestinians, the distress of the displaced persons from the armed conflict in Nagorno-Karabakh, 90% of whom are women and children. We condemn once again the genocide of the Uyghurs, which this government still refuses to recognize in an appalling display of political cowardice. On this day of peace, let's reassert Quebecers' support for the nations of the world that aren't as fortunate as we are, to have not only peace, but a lasting peace. And let's emphasize the importance for the Quebec nation, a pacifist nation if ever there was one, to fully play its natural role on the international stage in the quest for a kinder, more united world.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
The new Conservative leader is putting people, their retirement, paychecks, homes, and their country first. Right now, Canadians lose wages because we import 130,000 barrels of oil every single day, mostly from dictators, even though Canada has the third largest supply right here at home. This Liberal government prefers dictator oil over clean, responsible Canadian energy. Conservatives will repeal Liberal anti-energy laws and replace them with ones that protect our environment, consult First Nations, and get things built. We support Newfoundland and Labrador's planned increase in oil production to replace imported oil, and within 5 years, our goal is to kick dictator oil in Canada altogether. Europe needs Canadian energy. Instead of helping Putin sell his gas to Europe, financing his illegal war, a strong Conservative government will support projects like GNL Quebec. Here's the choice. Give dollars to dictators or get paychecks in the pockets of Canadians. As a proud Albertan and Canadian, the choice is very clear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Speaker, July 8th, 1959, Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth II and His late Royal Highness, the Duke of Edinburgh, arrived in Sault Ste. Marie for a day-long stop on their 45-day tour of Canada. Sault Ste. Marie, home to the world's best hospitality in the world, provided Her late Majesty with a day I'm sure that nobody could ever forget. They toured Bellevue Park, which stands up to its name, had a luncheon at the Windsor Hotel, where they were prepared a 7-foot-long sponge cake in the shape of their ship, the Britannia. As well, they toured Beaumestille and explored some of the city's most renowned tourist destinations. These past few weeks, there have been many emails, phone calls, and in-person messages of condolences wishing to be sent to His Majesty and the royal family. Yet there have been so many encouraging, hopeful, and grateful stories shared about Her late Majesty's trip to the Sioux and the role and meaning she had in the lives of so many. With the loss of a great sovereign, we are able to look towards the leadership of His Majesty King Charles III, and let me take this opportunity to invite His Majesty the King to visit Sault Ste. Marie as well. God bless the late Queen, and God save the King.
Hear, hear.
Oral questions, question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Aujourd'hui, on apprend que...
Thank you. Today, we learned that the percentage of Canadians with their own home is at the lowest level in 20 years. That's after seeing house prices double ever since this Prime Minister came to power. At that time, the average family could pay for their monthly housing costs with 32% of their paycheck, and now that's 50%. And the government is going to make that worse by hiking taxes on paychecks, heating, gas, and groceries. Will the government cancel these tax hikes so Canadians can actually buy or keep their own house? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by congratulating the new leader of the official opposition. This week started with the funeral ceremony for Her Majesty. And it has given us a moment to reflect on the benefits of Westminster-style democracy. A loyal opposition is essential to our political system. It is very clear that we don't agree about many things. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister for her kind words and her congratulations. And I look forward to being able to congratulate more young families on the ability to buy their own homes. Unfortunately, it's nice to be in the house, but it would be nice for them to be in a home. But unfortunately, house prices have doubled under this government's policies. In fact, the share of the average Canadian's paycheck needed to pay the average monthly bill on housing has gone from 32% to 50%. The government's solution to raise paycheck taxes and gas taxes and other taxes. Won't they cancel this tax hike so Canadians can pay their...
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've just heard EI premiums mentioned, and so I want you to guess what EI premiums were in 2015. $1.88. And guess who was the minister in charge? The current Conservative leader. Now guess what EI premiums will be next year? $1.63. That is 25 cents lower. So the leader of the official opposition needs to tell Canadians, was he misguided then, or is he misguided now?
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Neither, Mr. Speaker. Guess what Canadians paid in 2015 in EI if they earned $60,000 in 2015? $930. Guess what they pay now? $948. That is an increase. Furthermore, if you look at total payroll taxes, they've gone from $3,400 to $4,100 under this government. That's a $700 increase, and the government plans to raise EI premiums. That's the paycheck tax on January 1st, along with other taxes. Why won't they cancel these tax hikes so Canadians can pay their bills?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind the leader of the official opposition of something he should have figured out when he was the responsible minister. The CPP and EI contributions every working Canadian makes are how we all pay for our retirement and how we create a safety net for every Canadian in case we lose our jobs. These contributions do not go into general government revenue. At a time of global economic uncertainty, it is the height of irresponsibility for the Conservatives to suggest that we as a country stop putting money away for our retirement.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, fact, EI premiums do go into general revenues when they go into a surplus, and that is what the government plans to do. They plan to raise both EI and CPP premiums, the paycheck tax, right at a time when we are facing 40-year highs in inflation, all-time highs in increased housing prices, 40-year highs in food price inflation, record food bank use. This is the last time that anyone should be raising any tax. Will the government back down from its planned tax hikes on paychecks and on energy?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the economy, expectations matter. And that is why it is so irresponsible for these Conservatives to talk down the Canadian economy. Yes, things are hard right now, but Canada is better positioned than any country in the world. We have the strongest economic growth and the lowest deficit in the G7. Employment is at historic highs. Inflation is lower in Canada than the US, the UK, and the Eurozone, and it has now come down for 2 months in a row. We'll get through these tough times together.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, now the Liberals would have Canadians believe that they've never had it so good. Well, I guess if you're jetting around the world singing songs in a beautiful lobby, then that might be true. But if you are the 30-year-old stuck living in your parents' basements because the Liberals have doubled housing prices, you might disagree. If you can't fill up your tank with the gas, you might disagree. If you're among the 4 and 5 families that have cut their diets because they can't afford food, you might disagree. And the last thing you would want is a tax hike on your paycheck and on your energy use. Will the Liberals therefore cancel those tax hikes?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
A Canadian struggling today to make ends meet, the last thing you're going to want to do is trust these highly irresponsible Conservatives. After all, just this spring, their new leader described crypto as, quote, a way to opt out of inflation. Since then, Bitcoin has crashed by 56%. A Canadian who invested in Bitcoin, according to the reckless advice of this new leader, would have seen her life savings destroyed. That's irresponsible, and Canadians are smart enough to know it.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. D'abord, maintenant qu'il est assis, mes saluts.
First of all, now that he's sat down again, I'd like to congratulate the new leader of the opposition. And I'd also like to salute the member for Richmond, Arthabaska, as well. I also have the address of Parliament noted down in case the Prime Minister needs it. And if he does come to Parliament, I would advise him to take Roxham Road. It's a lot faster and no one is monitoring it. And then after that, the microphone was off. The interpreter did not catch the question. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we believe in the strength of our asylum and immigration systems. We will work in close collaboration with relevant stakeholders about the situation at the border. And we are working with our American counterparts about border issues, including the Safe Third Country Agreement. We always work closely with all of our partners in order to respect our national and international obligations. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, perhaps we could attract the Prime Minister to the House by suggesting that he sing his answers. That way he could melodiously tell us why his government is tolerating smugglers' business to get people across the border into Quebec and Canada. And I'd like to know whether the Prime Minister is allowing tens of thousands of people to come in through Roxham Road because he knows that Quebec will not be able to integrate them in French. Is he doing it on purpose? And if not, can the Third Safe Country Agreement be suspended immediately, and can immigration powers be ceded to Quebec? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, over the summer, I have spoken with many entrepreneurs throughout the country, including from Quebec. They told me that immigration is essential to our economy, the Canadian and Quebec economies. As the Minister of Finance, I completely agree. Quebec establishes its own immigration targets. Last year, we supported more than 50,000 new permanent residents in the province. I hope all members in this House know that we will work together to support immigrants in Canada and in Quebec. We need them. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
The cost of groceries are up by average 10%. Bread is up 15.4%. Fresh fruits is up by 13.2%. You know what else is up? Corporate profits. Yeah. The corporate profits for the corporation Sobeys are also up by 20.2% when we compare 2021 versus 2020. So we know that corporate greed is driving up the cost of living. So what is this government going to do to tackle greedflation caused by corporate greed?
Here, here, here. Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as Canadians know very well, our government is deeply committed to ensuring that everyone in Canada pays their fair share. We're permanently raising the corporate income tax by 1.5% on Canada's largest, most profitable banks and insurance companies. And we've introduced a recovery dividend of 15% on the excess profits of these institutions during the COVID pandemic. We also implemented, effective September 1, a 10% luxury tax on private jets and luxury cars worth more than $100,000 and boats and yachts worth more than $250,000, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Burnaby South.
This is a difficult time with the cost of living going up. The cost of groceries has gone up on average 10%. Oil has gone up 27%, pasta 32%. And yet at the same time, big business profits, owners of grocery businesses, have seen their profits go up. Loblaws has seen a 65% increase in profits between 2020, 21 and the present. It is very clear that the greed of big grocery businesses has contributed to inflation. What will the government do to fix this greedflation from the big grocery companies? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have been and remain determined to ensure that everyone pays their fair share. We will be permanently increasing corporation tax by 1.5% for big banks and insurance companies. And we also introduced a 15% recovery dividend on excess profits from these institutions. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Les Echemins-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Institute of Peace shows that a large majority of Canadians are concerned about the increase in interest rates and inflation. They are living from paycheck to paycheck, and they need to spend their entire paycheck, or even more than that, which is very bad. This government is insensitive. It is refusing to present a concrete plan to help these people. Will this government finally commit to not further hiking taxes? Mr. Speaker, Canada has a AAA rating and the lowest deficit in the G7. That's fiscal responsibility. And you know what else we need, Mr. Speaker? Compassion. That is why we are going to double the GST tax credit. We are also creating a $500 housing benefit. We are also going to bring in dental care for children under 12. Canadians can afford to be compassionate, and we will be. The Honourable Member. Well, the reality, Mr. Speaker, is that inflation is discouraging Canadians. We're seeing the highest increase that we have in 40 years. Parents are struggling to feed their kids. They have to make heart-rending choices. You know that, Mr. Speaker. But this government wants to raise taxes on taxpayers who are already barely keeping their head above water. Will this government promise not to further hike taxes? I'm asking for a simple answer, yes or no. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives really wanted to help Canadians, they would be supporting our plan. A 4-person family earning $35,000, a family like that, don't you think that they could do with $500 to help them with their groceries? Don't the Conservatives agree that a low-income essential worker who's struggling to pay rent, don't they think that such a worker could do with $500? We think that if the Conservatives really want to help Canadians, they should support our plan.
HoC.
Every day I hear heartbreaking stories from my constituents struggling to put food on their table and keep a roof over their heads. People are at their breaking point. They have nothing left to give. But this government wants to take more. They're set to raise taxes on paychecks, home heating, groceries, and gas. Why won't the government stop making things worse and cancel their punishing tax hikes?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the truth is, if the Conservatives really cared about hard-working Canadians who are struggling to make ends meet, they would support our plan. Do they really think a family of 4 earning just $35,000 a year couldn't use around $500 this fall to help buy groceries? Do they really think a 6-year-old shouldn't go to the dentist because her parents can't afford it? Do they think a low-income essential worker struggling to pay her rent couldn't use an extra $500? I think Canadians deserve the support. I wish Conservatives would agree.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Mr. Speaker, we certainly do not support their plan to raise taxes on the paychecks of Canadians, raise taxes on their gas, raise taxes on their groceries, and raise taxes on their home heating. We will never support that plan. Grocery prices are up 10%. Gas now costs over $2 a litre in the lower mainland of BC. And housing now eats up 50% of Canadians' paychecks. Why won't they stop making things worse and cancel their punishing tax hikes on Canadians?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
You know, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives used to be a party that had a few core economic principles. They used to believe in saving for your retirement. They used to believe in fiscal responsibility and in a well-funded EI system. In fact, when the current Conservative leader was the minister responsible for EI, he actually presided over an EI premium 25 cents higher than the one that will go into effect next year. So the Conservatives need to pick a lane. What do they really stand for these days?
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, this government's tax increases are causing a national unity crisis, and those tax hikes will target those who can least afford to pay. Now, the Prime Minister knows that more carbon tax increases will divide our country further and make life even less affordable. But this Prime Minister has taken the same approach all along, to raise taxes on working people, put basic necessities like transportation and food out of reach, and then try to politically exploit the division that results. So will this government change course and cancel their planned tax increases on Canadians' paychecks?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I spent some time in Alberta this summer, and I have some very clear views on who is trying to divide Canadians. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have a question for the members opposite when it comes to the price on pollution, because the reality is we are putting money back into the pockets of Canadians. So will they ask Ontario families to pay back $745 this this year? Do they want Alberta families to pay back $1,079 this year? Saskatchewan families $1,100.
Honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, is this real life? Because that answer was pure fantasy. We have inflation, landslides, and no escape from poverty. When will the Prime Minister open up his eyes and see he's not a poor boy, but he should have some sympathy? For too many Canadians, opportunity had just begun, and now this government is going to throw it all away. Money is not easy come, easy go in this economy. So when will the government cancel their planned tax increases on gas, home heating, and groceries, and spare us from this inflation monstrosity?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
You know, Mr. Speaker, it's a little shocking to me that an MP from Alberta would be wanting to spare Alberta families a check for $1,079, which is what they are getting because of our carbon pricing scheme. And I also want to remind the member opposite that it was an Albertan.
I'm just going to interrupt for a moment. I'm having a hard time hearing, and I'm sure many other members in the chamber are having a hard time hearing as well. And I know everyone's excited to be back, but this is the second day back, so I'm sure everybody will learn to calm down and think that. We don't want to repeat the question, but I'll ask for a repeat of the answer. Thank you. From the top, the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Okay. So, Mr. Speaker, what I would like to ask you, and through you all Canadians, is whether the member opposite, who is an Alberta MP, is really suggesting that our government stop paying $1,079 to every family in Alberta this year. I think the people in that member's riding could really use that support, and I think they appreciate it. And I think they remember that it was Preston Manning who advocated strongly for a price on pollution.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, yesterday there was another shooting in Montreal at Georges Vanier Metro. Another person dead and 2 seriously injured. When will the federal government finally agree that its measures against illegal weapons smuggling are not working? There aren't fewer shootings, there are more. There aren't fewer illegal weapons, there are more. There aren't fewer victims, there are more. Those are the facts. Can the minister really look Quebecers in the eye and tell them that today there are fewer illegal weapons and shootings in Montreal thanks to the federal government? And if not, when will the government finally take action? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, we're taking the strongest action in a generation to keep communities safe from gun violence. We're working closely with the Quebec government and municipal leaders like Mayor Plante to make communities in Quebec safer. We've directed $46 million to support law enforcement in Quebec, $42 million in Quebec to steer youth away from a life of crime, and we continue to invest in hardening our border to prevent illegal gun trafficking. When it comes to protecting Canadians and Quebecers, we're the party Canadians can trust to enforce the law and keep Canadians safe.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapédia. It's exasperating, Mr. Speaker. Everyone in Quebec can see that there are more illegal weapons than ever before in Montreal. And they also know that the government is the one who's supposed to prevent those weapons from crossing the borders. But this is the same government that is in charge of passports, airports, and Roxham Road. It keeps telling us that everything is going just fine. No, this is a festival of failure, Mr. Speaker. Quebecers don't believe this government and this minister when they say that they're doing everything they can to deal with weapons smuggling. Quebecers will only believe that when they see results instead of shootings. When will the minister finally take this seriously?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fighting gun violence means cracking down on smuggling at our borders, and that's why we're doing just that. Last year, CBSA seized a record number of illegal firearms at the border, more than double the seizures in 2020. This year alone, we invested over $321 million into the border, more X-ray scanners, detector dogs, and specialized training. When it comes to protecting our borders, we're the only party Canadians can trust to enforce the law and keep Canadians safe.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, the price of food, gas and housing continue to go up. And yet, this government wants to brag about a one-time $500 rent check that will almost certainly be vaporized by inflation. And we now know on January 1st next year, the Liberals will increase paycheck taxes on anyone making $60,000 by over $1,000. Will this government cancel their planned paycheck tax increases?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
You know, Mr. Speaker, the Canadians who are watching and listening to us today want one thing above all from us all, and that is compassion. They want us to understand that things are tough. They want to know that we have a plan to get through it, and they want to know that we're going to support them. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I just don't understand why the Conservatives will not support us in giving about $500 to families struggling to buy groceries, $500 to Canadians struggling to pay their rent.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, what they want is more money in their pockets. Canadians are actually choosing between housing and affording food. It's people like Michelle and Stephen in my riding who are struggling to put food on the table for their 3 kids. They don't want more government handouts. They simply want to be able to afford to pay their bills and buy their groceries. In fact, 1 in 5 Canadians have taken on more debt and more loans just to afford the basics. When will this government cancel their planned paycheck tax increases?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, the Conservatives are wrong. There are no tax increases. We're talking about EI and CPP. And Mr. Speaker, we are helping families. In fact, families in Alberta in that member's riding are already receiving a 50% reduction in childcare fees. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, economist Ricardo Trajón said today that is helping families pay for the high cost of living. It's helping them pay for groceries. It's making sure that they have the things that their children need. Mr. Speaker, we're delivering for Canadian families every single day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
With basic essentials getting more and more expensive, Canadians continue to feel the crunch of sky-high inflation. Families are barely getting by, or worse, just hanging on. And this government is going to punish them further by raising their paycheck taxes on January 1st. Canadians simply can't afford this Liberal government anymore. So will the government cancel their planned tax increases on Canadians' paychecks?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, you know what is one of the big differences between our government and the Conservative members opposite? We know that Canadians are smart. We know that Canadians understand the difference between taxes and paying their EI premiums and paying into the Canada Pension Plan. Canadians know that saving up for our retirement and creating a fund to be sure we get support if we lose our jobs is smart policy. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? We know Canadians need support. That's why we have a plan to give them that.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
The big difference is that we will leave money in Canadians' pockets. With rising inflation, Canadians can't afford any more taxes. Paycheck taxes are heading towards an all-time high for Canadians. As of this January 1st, the paycheck taxes of a Canadian making $60,000 a year will have increased by almost $1,000 since this Liberal government took office. So will the government listen to Canadians and cancel their planned tax increases on Canadians' paychecks?
Right here. Hear, hear. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the sad reality is that in pursuit of populist, partisan talking points, the Conservatives have become the party of fiscal irresponsibility. And the other real shame, Mr. Speaker, is that they are unwilling to set partisanship aside and join with the rest of the members of this House and help the Canadians who need it the most. With $500 to pay their rent, with a doubling of the GST tax credit, with help for kids who need to go see a dentist. Hard to understand, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Today, Statistics Canada confirmed that 1/3 of people in Nunavut are living in overcrowded houses in desperate need of repair. That rate is 3 times higher than it is for non-Indigenous Canadians. The government promised in 2017 an Indigenous housing strategy, but no one has seen one since. The Liberals are failing Indigenous peoples. Will the Liberals commit to putting in place a by Indigenous, for Indigenous national housing strategy before the next budget?
The Honourable Minister for Northern Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for that very important question. In all my travels in the North and the Arctic, both virtual and real, housing is the issue that comes up the most often. Our government, however, has been making historic investments in distinctions-based housing. Budget 2022, as an example, invested $4 billion in Indigenous housing, including $845 million alone in Inuit Nunagat. We realize there's a lot of work to do, and we are committed to getting that work done, but we are going in the right direction.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
It's a disgrace that Indigenous peoples are 11 times more likely to use a shelter. 1 in 5 Canadians cannot find housing they could afford, and home ownership is out of reach for too many young people. The Liberals continue to allow corporate landlords to treat housing as a stock market and not a basic human right. The government should not be in the business of financing corporate landlords to rental evict people from their homes. When will the Liberals act to stop the financialization of housing, to keep rent affordable for families struggling to keep a roof over their heads?
The Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for the important question. But I also want to remind her that we've been very much focused on putting in place cutting-edge programs like the Canada Housing Benefit that is now in place in 10 provinces and 3 territories, that is delivering direct rental supports right into the pockets of Canadian renters in vulnerable situations. On top of that, we've been building affordable rental units from coast to coast to coast. And I want to remind the Honourable Member, the Rapid Housing Initiative alone has delivered almost 41% of the units to Indigenous communities.
Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, we know that working-age persons with disabilities in Canada are twice as likely to live in poverty as those who without. That's why we've taken action to build Canada that's disability inclusive. In 2019, we passed the Accessible Canada Act, legislation that aims to realize a barrier-free Canada. And yesterday, Bill C-22, the Canada Disability Benefit Act, began second reading. Can the Honourable Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion please share with this House how the Canada Disability Benefit will help lift working-age persons with disabilities out of poverty?
Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we took a major step forward towards creating the groundbreaking Canada Disability Benefit, a federal income supplement for working-age persons with disabilities. With the Canada Disability Benefit, we have a once-in-a-generation opportunities to lift hundreds of thousands of people out of poverty. We have an opportunity of a lifetime to send a message to our citizens with disabilities that they matter, that we will no longer sit by and let them struggle. And I hope everyone understands the moment we have in front of us, that we celebrate this together and we work to pass it as quickly as we can.
Yes. The Honourable Member for Foothills.
The price of groceries are rising at a 40-year high. And the Liberals are fueling food inflation with nonsensical fertilizer policy and tax hikes on farmers. Food security and affordability are critical issues for Canadians, and our farmers offer a solution, growing affordable and sustainable food. But instead, the Liberals are attacking our producers with nonsensical fertilizer policy and tax hikes on fuel. Grocery prices are up 10%. Canadians are struggling to put food on the table. Why are the Liberals making the food affordability crisis even worse by hiking taxes on our farmers?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
I want to assure you that we are there to support our farmers. Last year, we have had the biggest budget of the history of the Agriculture Department, more than $4 billion. Recently, we have invested $1.5 billion in agri-environmental programming because our farmers know that the biggest threat to their production is climate change. The biggest threat to food security is droughts and floods and climate change. Thank you.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Biggest threat to Canadian farmers is this Liberal government and their devastating policies. The minister is misleading Canadian farmers in this House, and she knows it. For example, they said the carbon tax would be revenue neutral. They know it's not for Canadian farmers. In fact, Ontario grain growers study showed they get less than 20% of their carbon tax back by the Liberal rebate. Even their finance department knows it, saying the average farmer gets $800 back through the carbon tax rebate. $800. They spend tens of thousands of dollars a year on inputs. That is one day in a combine. One day. With the food affordability crisis where it is, will the Liberal Ag Minister defend Canadian farmers and oppose any new taxes on...
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, I'm here and we are here to support farmers days and nights all year long. And we are investing in our farmers. We are investing in the ag sector. I'll just talk about the clean technology program for one example, because we know that farmers need equipment, need new technologies to be more energy efficient, to be able to do precision agriculture, to fight against climate change, because this is the real threat to food security. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
45-year-old Jake makes $30 an hour and has put in over 200 hours of overtime this year, but is still struggling to make ends meet for his family. This Liberal government is planning to triple the carbon tax on gas, heat, and everything else. It is the most expensive government in history, and the more they spend, the more things cost, and the more Canadians like Jake continue to hang on by a thread. Will the Liberal government give Canadians like Jake a break and cancel their planned tax increases on Canadian paychecks?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we are totally focused on addressing the affordability challenge for Canadian families. And I know in my home province of Manitoba, Mr. Speaker, many families are struggling, and that's why I'm so heartened to hear about the measures that have been introduced by the Finance Minister. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, it's important the price on pollution and the climate action rebate will put more money in people's pockets. 8 out of 10 families will be better off. And good news, Mr. Speaker, these checks will arrive in the mail in October, quarterly, and that will help with cash flow and affordability. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
What an insulting answer to Canadian families everywhere. This affordability crisis is a mental health crisis. When you can't afford to put food on the table for your family, that is a mental health crisis. Anxiety, depression, suicide. That is compassion when you can pay to feed your family. This government, this Liberal government, has doubled our national debt, adding more debt than all previous governments combined. Yet they are planning to increase taxes on gas, heat, and groceries. So I ask again, will this government cancel their planned tax increases on Canadian paychecks?
The Honourable Minister.
Just because Conservatives repeat something does not make it true, Mr. Speaker. We are not raising taxes. In fact, this government has given more money back to families than any previous government. Let's talk about the Canada Child Benefit, Mr. Speaker. That can return up to $7,000 for children under the age of 6 for low-income families. Mr. Speaker, that's different than the $100 of checks they sent every month to millionaires. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about childcare. 50% reduction in fees by the end of December. That's thousands of dollars for Canadian families. Mr. Speaker, that's real help that's going to help real Canadians. We understand things are difficult, and we're there.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, the minister received a mandate to implement a full reform of EI this summer, but she didn't do it. So on Sunday, when the temporary EI measures end, the minister will be leaving 60% of workers to fend for themselves. On Sunday, she'll force them all back into the same old program that 60% of them can't access. A full reform is needed. But in the meantime, will the minister at least extend the temporary measures? Nobody should have to go without because she didn't do her job.
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
system put in place during the pandemic were in response to extraordinary economic circumstances, shutdowns, lockdowns, job losses, record high unemployment rates. We're not there anymore. Thanks in great part to the work of our team here on this side of the House. We're proud of the work that we've done. Mr. Speaker, yes, we're winding down our temporary measures, but there's good reason for that. And I can assure every worker in Canada that they will still have access to a robust, modern, and excellent EI system that will be there for them.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, it should have been done this summer. And now maybe they're saying it'll be at the end of the year. Since 2015, her government has promised EI reform. And for 7 years now, they've been pushing it back and pushing it back. 7 years. The minister has been meeting workers who have paid in their whole lives and now find themselves with nothing to show for it. And once again today, the reform is being pushed back. Does she know that workers who lose their jobs, they can't push back their financial problems?
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I don't have time in 35 seconds to lay out all the impressive changes we've made to the EI system over the past 7 years, but let me highlight an upcoming one. By the end of this December, workers will have access to 26 weeks of sickness benefits instead of 15, and I'm looking forward to working with the member opposite as we modernize the EI system, as we allow better access and more adequate benefits for our workers. I can assure her and everyone that by the end of the year, you'll know what the vision for EI is.
The honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, the price of food continues to go up across the country, and instead of attacking inflation, this government wants to continue to handcuff Canadians with high food prices. The increase that's coming for the carbon tax is only going to make things more difficult for farmers. It's going to make it more difficult for them to put food on our tables. And it's also going to make it more costly to transport those products. Canadians are having a hard time making ends meet. They want to see a light at the end of the tunnel. Will the government cancel the increases on taxes for Canadian farmers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, listening to the Conservative leadership race after the last number of weeks, the party is still debating whether climate change is real. And Mr. Speaker, that's not surprising since the Harper Conservatives did absolutely nothing for 10 years on the climate file. Mr. Speaker, while Conservatives are stuck in the past, we're looking to the future. We're building the economy of tomorrow, the clean jobs of tomorrow, and we're working for affordability. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, the proposed carbon tax will increase the cost of home heating fuel by 80%, as pointed out by Liberal Premier Fury. Seniors in my riding of Cumberland Colchester, such as Catherine and June and Carol, reach out to my office every day because they're in dire straits. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, Carol had to sell her wedding rings to pay for food. On their behalf, will this government cancel new taxes on gas, home heating, groceries, and their paychecks?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think all sides of this House are concerned about affordability and our citizens. And one party on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, is doing something about it. And that's why our climate plan is designed so that the majority of Canadians receive more in climate action incentive payments than they pay at the pump. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member will also know as the carbon price increases, so do the climate payments. And, Mr. Speaker, they will be now paid quarterly to help with both cash flow and affordability. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think we know from the PBO that the carbon pricing plan is a failure. We also know that almost 40% of Atlantic Canadians currently experience energy poverty, by far the highest rate in the entire country, as vocalized by all of the Atlantic premiers. Clearly, Atlantic Canadians are being priced out of their own lives. They can't afford to house themselves, heat their homes, or feed their families. This government needs to commit today to cancelling tax increases. The question, Mr. Speaker, is simple. Will they do this, yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for the question. And we on this side of the House realize there are unique affordability challenges in Atlantic Canada, and that's why the Minister of Environment just last week, Mr. Speaker, announced $120 million from the Low Carbon Economy Fund to help Atlantic Canadians transition away from heating oil to cleaner energy. Mr. Speaker, we have a plan for the environment. We have a plan for affordability. Every time that plan comes to the floor, the Conservatives vote against it. They have no plan, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Monsieur le Président. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, our government accepted all of the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report and committed to implementing the 94 calls to action. One of the main recommendations was that the government establish a permanent council for reconciliation that will be independent and led by Indigenous people themselves, and that will provide oversight to evaluate the progress made towards reconciliation by all levels of government and by civil society. Can the Minister please inform this House of the measures taken by this government to establish this council and support in their operations? The Honourable Minister. Thank you. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his important question on the Reconciliation Council. Today we'll be debating at second reading Bill C-29, legislation that would create this independent standing and apolitical council, which will provide oversight for reconciliation and make sure that we're making progress on implementing the 94 calls to action. Bill C-29 is a response to the calls to action 53 to 56 of the TRC, and I invite all parliamentarians to support this bill and to make a concrete gesture towards reconciliation.
York Simcoe.
Mr. Speaker, LaRousse College in Keswick has served the community of York Simcoe for over 75 years. But the future is looking bleak for small businesses like theirs because of the carbon tax. LaRousse has paid more than $65,000 in carbon taxes since May. And that's with just 20 trucks on the road. They're holding on by their fingernails, but with the carbon tax tripling, local businesses like LaRousse could go under. This is happening right across the country. The carbon tax is crushing Canadian small business. Will the Liberals scrap this tax?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we've put a price on pollution, indeed, but we've also introduced a number of measures that will build the future economy, as well as create jobs and make life more affordable for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps the honourable member has heard of our emissions reduction plan, which is going to get us to our 2030 targets. It has broad support from environmental groups to industry to farmers. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, every single time this comes to the floor, the Conservatives vote against it. They have no plan for the environment. They have no plan for the economy.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
How's the tree planting going? Mr. Speaker, before the pandemic, half of Canadians were within $200 of not being able to pay their bills. And then during the pandemic, these Liberals increased taxes on home heating, gasoline, and workers' paychecks. Now, when Canadians are falling further and further behind, they want to triple the tax on home heating, gasoline, and take more money from workers' paychecks. Canadians cannot afford this. Will these Liberals finally listen to struggling Canadians and cancel these punishing taxes?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Carbon pricing is widely recognized by nearly everyone except Conservative politicians as the most economically efficient way to reduce emissions while also driving clean innovation. And, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if they could talk to one of their colleagues from New Brunswick Southwest who says his province should go back to using the federal carbon price because at least it comes with rebates. Mr. Speaker, we agree with that honourable member.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, inflation is giving Canadians headaches, and interest rates are striking a sour note for those who are renewing their mortgages. Gas, food, and consumer goods all their prices are going up, and the government wants to continue to increase taxes on Canadians. Mr. Speaker, while the Prime Minister is playing concerts outside of the country, will the Liberals cancel all of the tax increases that are planned for workers and seniors, as we, the Conservatives, have demanded? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, if the Conservatives really want to help Canadians, I have an idea. They can vote in favor of our plan which will really help those who need it most. We are going to double the GST tax credit to provide up to $500 for Canadians who need that help. We've created dental care for kids under 12 and created
St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, many seniors in my riding of St. John's East rely on their pensions and benefits like the OAS and GIS to help make ends meet. They have expressed real concern about being able to cover their rent while living on a fixed income. Can the Minister of Seniors please update the House on what our government is doing to focus on affordability for Canadian seniors?
Well, Minister for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her really important question and for her advocacy. Mr. Speaker, we recognize the challenges that seniors are facing, and our government has been there for them. And now, to help seniors who are struggling, with our affordability plan, we're doubling the GST tax credit. That means vulnerable seniors will receive $700 in their pockets. Nearly 2 million low-income renters who are struggling with their rent will receive $500. We also increased the old age security for seniors aged 75 by 10%, Mr. Speaker. That means $800 more for full pensioners. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we're going to continue to deliver for seniors. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Speaker, Canadians are not getting the care they need in our healthcare system. This is not surprising. This government has failed to offer real solutions to fix what the Canadian Medical Association is calling an unprecedented health crisis. This failure in leadership is paving the way for Conservatives who want to privatize healthcare, putting profits over patients. Healthcare workers and Canadians are counting on the federal government to protect their public healthcare system. Yeah. When will the Liberals act to rebuild healthcare in Canada?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful for that question. The member pointed to a healthcare crisis. We have a healthcare crisis, Mr. Speaker, because we have a healthcare workers crisis. We need to support them through the very hard time that they're going through the investment that we've already announced and implemented, including a $2 billion investment that we're making just now to support a reduction in surgeries, a $1 billion investment additional to reduce the pressure on long-term care, healthcare workers and patients. We're going to continue that, Mr. Speaker, because we're there for patients and healthcare workers.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, a new study reviewed those points of no return called tipping points, stalled ocean currents, permafrost collapse, forest dieback. The conclusion, even at 1.5 degrees global heating, irreversible and globally damaging thresholds are exceeded. The 9 most dangerous within them, the loss of the Labrador Current looms large. This is dangerous for Canadians. We can avoid this, but only with urgent action. When will this government wake up and cancel TMX and Bay du Nord?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment.
On this side of the House, we share the members' concern about our climate future, and we hear about it every day, every week from our constituents. But just to remind the Honourable Member that we have an ambitious sector-by-sector path for Canada to reach its 2030 targets and to move on to net zero by 2050. It's a very practical roadmap, Mr. Speaker. A couple of examples: incentives and infrastructure for electric vehicles, energy retrofits for greener homes and buildings, reducing oil and gas emissions, and supporting our farmers, Mr. Speaker.
I'm afraid that's all the time we have today for a question period. C'est tout le temps que nous avons. Appel au règlement. We have
on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there seemed to be some confusion on the government's part during question period, so I'd like to seek unanimous consent to table a document showing that combined CPP and EI premiums have gone up almost $700 under this government. So I'd like to be able to
get into debate on that one. It's points that we're going to get in. I don't believe we have that. I can hear it very clearly. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Shefford. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to salute the member for Willowdale who wanted to table a similar motion. There have been consultations among the parties, and I think you'll find there's unanimous consent for the following motion: that the House extend its sympathies to the family of Masha Amini, and her Kurdish name is Gina, a 22-year-old woman who died after being arrested in Tehran for dressing inappropriately by the Iranian morality police, and that this House express its solidarity with the women of Iran who are fighting for their rights and freedoms. All those opposed to the honourable member's motion will please say nay.
D'accord.
Okay, the House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried.
I believe we have, yes, rising on a point of order. Please go ahead.
Confusion with the carbon tax. I believe if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent to table this report. In question period, the leader of the official opposition, the member for Thornhill and others, cited a March 2022 report by the Parliamentary Budget.
We're starting to get into debate, and I don't think we have unanimous consent, so we'll just calm that one down, and might be part of a further discussion down the road. It being 3:17, pursuant to order made on Thursday, November 25th, 2021, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M47 under private members' business in the name of Mr. MacDonald. Avalon. Call in the members. La question est la suivante. Mr. MacDonald, Avalon, seconded by Ms. Yip, moved that A, the House recognize that 1, COVID-19 has tragically exposed long-standing issues affecting long-term care facilities across the country and the frontline workers who care for residents. 2, we need to make sure, may I dispense? No? Okay. 2, we need to make sure the conditions of work reflect the care standards our seniors deserve. 3, while the management of long-term care facilities is under provincial and territorial jurisdiction, we share the goal of ensuring safer, better care for seniors. And B, in the opinion of the House, the government should work with provinces and territories to 1. D'améliorer la qualité des établissements.
1. Improve the quality and availability of long-term care homes and beds. 2. Implement strict infection prevention and control measures, including through more provincial and territorial facility inspections for long-term care homes. 3. Develop a safe Long-Term Care Act collaboratively to ensure that seniors are guaranteed the care they deserve no matter where they live.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item.
Mr. MacDonald, Avalon.
We'll now proceed to members participating in person. Que tous ceux à ma droite.
All those on my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Commence avec la 6e rangée.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Madame Chatel.
Madame Chatel.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Hepner.
Ms. Hepner.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Miao.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
La 5e rangée.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur Shifke.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Vong.
Mr. Vong.
4th row on my right.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Nakfi.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Kuzmerchek.
Mr. Kuzmerchuk.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Calloway.
Mr. Calloway.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
3e rangée à ma droite.
Mr. Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sanson.
Monsieur Sanson.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Ms. de Brusen.
Ms. de Brusen.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Essasi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Second row on my right.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Saint-Onge.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Première rangée à ma droite.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchins.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Monsieur Boissonneau.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jazik.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Redicop.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Ms. Collins Victoria.
Fifth row.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Fourth row on my left.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Ms. Rumpel Garner.
Ms. Rumpel Garner.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Dreschen.
Mr. Dreschen.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Third row on my right, my left.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Mr. Aboultaïf.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Louis Essex.
Mr. Louis Essex.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Ms. Finley.
Finley.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormadunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Edlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Ms. Landsman.
Ms. Landsman.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixième rangée. Cinquième rangée. Fourth row. Third row. Deuxième rangée. First row. Que tous ceux à ma gauche qui se...
All those on my left opposed to the motion will please rise.
Sixième rangée.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Cinquième rangée.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Quatrième rangée.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur
Troisième rangée.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Deuxième rangée.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Première rangée.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
The electronic voting period has ended, and the House will now await the end of the broadcasting of the votes for members voting electronically before resuming its proceedings. Lorsque nous reprendrons les travaux, j'inviterai les...
Once we resume, I would invite members who have had technical problems to let me know.
Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter en raison de problèmes techniques,
If members were unable to vote due to technical issues, they can now activate the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
tout s'est bien passé. Parfait. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 288, 288. Nays contre 30, 30.
I declare the motion carried. Order. Order. If you can hear my voice, please say shh. There we go. It's nice to see everyone getting together and happy to see each other. If I can get you if you're going to speak, maybe take your conversation into the lobbies or maybe just whisper a little lower. Il est de mon devoir de déposer.
It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 94(2) of the Access to Information Act and to subsection 72(2) of the Privacy Act, the reports of the Auditor General of Canada on the administration of these acts for the fiscal year ended March 31, 2022.
To Standing Order 1083H, these reports are deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport de comité, l'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development, entitled Canada and Radioactive Waste Management: Important Decisions for the Future.
To Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions on Thursday, September 22, 2022, the House shall briefly suspend and thereafter resolve itself into a committee of the whole in order to welcome the players of Team Canada 1972, and during committee of the whole, a member of each recognized party and a member of the Green Party may make a statement for not more than 5 minutes to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the 1972 Summit Series, provided that A, the Speaker be permitted to preside over the Committee of the Whole. B, at the conclusion of the time provided for the statements or when no member arises to speak, whichever is earlier, the Speaker may make welcoming remarks on behalf of the House. C, the names of the players present to be deemed read and printed in the House of Commons debates for that day. D, only authorized photographers be permitted to take photos during the proceedings of the committee. E, when the proceedings in the Committee of the Whole have concluded, the committee shall then rise. And F, the time taken for the suspension and the proceedings in the Committee of the Whole be added to the time provided for the government orders on that day.
Thank the member for that. Could tous ceux qui s'opposent?
All those opposed to the honourable members moving the motion will please say nay. Very well.
Motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. The motion is carried. Now to presenting of petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Ottawa West Nepean.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is my pleasure to present petition E3978 that calls on the Friday before Mother's Day to be henceforth known as Civilian Spouse or Partner of a Military Member Appreciation Day. We know there are over 50,000 civilian spouses of serving military members and reservists, and this is a way to ensure that we are properly recognizing those who serve alongside the serving military member. It's particularly appropriate that I'm doing this the same week that we're celebrating Military Family Appreciation Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting a petition, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Calgary Federation.
Speaker, I'm tabling this petition in support of Bill S223,
a bill that seeks to combat forced organ harvesting and trafficking. This bill has passed the Senate twice and the House once in its current form. It is currently stalled before the Foreign Affairs Committee, and petitioners hope that this will be passed soon. The families of victims of forced organ harvesting and trafficking have now waited almost 15 years for Canada to pass this legislation. Let's end the delays and let's get this work done. Thank you.
Présentation de pétition, presenting of petitions. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to table petition E-petition 3965, signed by 707 signatories. They're petitioning the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans and Canadian Coast Guard, who they cite aims to restore Pacific herring stocks to enable this keystone species to play its vital role in sustaining Pacific salmon populations and the marine ecosystem. The undersigned citizens call upon the Minister to first propose licensing any further shellfish aquaculture facilities located in near herring spawning and rearing habitat in Bain Sound Lambert Channel until one, an ecosystem-based assessment is completed on the impacts of this industry's activities on the herring stock. Secondly, that this industry establishes a record of effectively managing its gear and equipment and pays for the cleanup of the tons of plastic debris it produces annually. And lastly, develop with First Nations a co-management plan for Bain Sound Lambert Channel that is area-based and ecosystem-based and respects and recognizes unceded traditional territories in this location's unique value as an ecologically and biologically significant area and important bird and biodiversity area with 21 salmon-bearing creeks and herring spawning and rearing grounds. Thank you.
Présentation de pétition, presenting of petitions. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise here and present a petition that has a number of points. I'll try to summarize them briefly, Mr. Speaker. In general, this petition calls on the government to act to protect endangered ecosystems, particularly old-growth forests. They specifically mention Fairy Creek on southern Vancouver Island, but the petition is broader in its scope, looking for the Government of Canada to work with First Nations and provinces to protect such endangered old-growth ecosystems right across Canada, to fund the long-term protection of old growth as part of Canada's Climate Action Plan, to support value-added forestry initiatives, creating jobs and particularly working with First Nations, to ban the export of raw logs so our logs go to sawmills, creating jobs, and lastly, Mr. Speaker, to ban the use of forest products in Canada for wood pellet biofuel production, a false climate solution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today presenting a petition with approximately 900 signatures on it. These individuals are calling on the government to take a different approach to current drug policies that we have. In particular, they're asking for the government to look at decriminalization as a form of treating the opioid epidemic that exists in our country right now. They have noted that between January of 2016 and June of 2021, that there have been roughly 25,000 deaths in Canada related to this particular problem. They've also known that over 30 countries have implemented some form of decriminalization and studied the impacts. They've also gone on to indicate that they believe that Canadian health, human rights, and law enforcement, that they note that Canadian health, human rights, and law enforcement sectors have endorsed decriminalization options and therefore are calling on the government to take a different approach and decriminalize the use of drugs for personal use so that this can be treated as a health crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pleased to rise and present this petition in support of Bill S-223, a bill that seeks to combat forced organ harvesting and trafficking. The bill has passed the Senate twice and the House once in its current form. It is currently stalled before the Foreign Affairs Committee, and petitioners are hoping that this bill will be passed through committee soon. Families of victims of forced organ harvesting and trafficking have now waited almost 15 years for this legislation to pass. So let's end the delays. Let's work to get this done.
Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'm tabling this petition in support of Bill S-223, a bill that seeks to combat forced organ harvesting and trafficking. This bill has passed the Senate twice and the House once in its current form. It is currently stalled before the Foreign Affairs Committee, and petitioners hope that it will be passed soon. The families of victims of forced organ harvesting and trafficking have now waited almost 15 years for Canada to pass this legislation. We need to end the delays and get this done.
Presenting petitions, Présentation Pétition, the Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I am honored to support, I'm honored to table the petition in support of Bill S-223, a bill that seeks to combat forced organ harvesting and trafficking. It's passed in the House once in its current form and twice in the Senate. It's currently stalled before the Foreign Affairs Committee, and the petitioners signing that will hope that it'll be passing soon. For 15 years, the families of victims of forced organ harvesting have waited for Canada to pass this legislation. Let's end the delays and let's get the work done. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Presenting petitions, Présentation Pétition, the Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I too stand to table a petition in support of Bill S-223, a bill that seeks to combat forced organ harvesting and trafficking. Certainly we owe it to victims and those affected by this abhorrent practice, and specifically I would note the work that the late Honourable David Kilgour did to forward this issue and the importance, and I believe the support that this House should lend to this important cause, and simply get this bill passed in honor of Mr. Kilgour and so many others who have been fighting for this cause and in recognition of the victims of this abhorrent practice. Thank you.
Présentation Pétition, presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also am pleased to rise to table a petition in support of Bill S-223, a bill that seeks to combat forced organ harvesting and trafficking. The bill has passed the Senate twice, and it also has passed the House in its current form, and it's been before the Foreign Affairs Committee of this House for some time, and the petitioners hope that it will pass soon. The families of the victims of forced organ harvesting and trafficking have now waited 15 years for Canada to pass this legislation. So the petitioners ask that the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs get on with the work, study the bill, pass it, amend it, whatever they need to do out of that study, send it back to the House so we can finally pass this bill and get the job done.
Presenting petitions, Présentation Pétition, the Honourable Member for Niagara West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to table a petition in support of Bill S-223, a bill that seeks to combat forced organ harvesting and trafficking. This bill has passed the Senate twice and the House once in its current form. It is currently stalled before the Foreign Affairs Committee, and petitioners hope that it will be passed soon. The families of victims of forced organ harvesting and trafficking have now waited almost 15 years for Canada to pass this legislation. Let's end the delay and let's get this work done.
A few minutes. Presenting the petitions, Présentation Pétition, the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity. I do have a number of petitions to table today. First of all, I stand in solidarity with my many colleagues who are tabling petitions in support of Bill S-223. This is a bill, for those who don't know, that seeks to combat forced organ harvesting and trafficking. This bill has actually passed the Senate twice and the House once in its current form, but it is currently stalled before the Foreign Affairs Committee, and petitioners hope that it will be passed soon. The families of victims of forced organ harvesting and trafficking have now waited almost 15 years for Canada to pass this legislation. Let's end the delays and let's work to get this done. And I will commit to colleagues that the petitions will stop when the bill is passed. Not all of the petitions, just the ones on that particular topic. There will be others, no doubt. Mr. Speaker, the second petition that I'm tabling has a number of asks with respect to the ongoing illegal genocidal invasion of Ukraine by Russia. Petitioners begin by noting the various facts surrounding the invasion, including the fact that Ukraine was initially invaded by Russia back in 2014. And what we've seen this year is the further invasion that really builds on and is consistent with the long-running violent behavior of the Putin regime. Petitioners want to see the government of Canada stand with the people of Ukraine in the threat faced in terms of their sovereignty and territorial integrity, work with the international community to take decisive action, including banning Russia from various international organizations. They want to see sanctions swiftly imposed and applied to Russia, no doubt without the kind of exceptions that we've seen this government introduce. They want to see a complete boycott on Russian oil and gas imports into Canada and Europe, and secure energy supply agreements with Western partners, Canada fueling our partners instead of them relying on Russia. Petitioners, in a timely ask that relates to calls from the Ukrainian government just recently, to increase the supply of military equipment to protect the territory and the human rights of the Ukrainian people, to provide humanitarian assistance, and to provide vital assistance to refugees impacted by the conflict in Ukraine, and allow Canadians with family members in Ukraine to urgently bring family members to Canada for as long as this conflict persists. Mr. Speaker, the third petition that I'm tabling highlights the ongoing detention of Mr. Hussein Jalil, who is a Canadian citizen in China. Petitioners note that they're pleased to see the release of the two Michaels, but they do want to see this government advocate for Mr. Jalil, another detained Canadian citizen, at the same level, with the same level of intensity that was applied in terms of advocacy for the release of the two Michaels. In particular, the asks of this petition are that the Government of Canada demand the Chinese government recognize Hussein Jalil's Canadian citizenship and provide him with consular and legal services in accordance with international law, formally state that the release of Hussein Jalil from Chinese detainment and his return to Canada is a priority of the Canadian government, of equal concern as the unjust detentions of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor, that the government appoint a special envoy to work on securing Mr. Jalil's release. And petitioners also want the government to seek the assistance of the Biden administration and other allies around the world in obtaining Mr. Jalil's release, again, similar to the practice used in the case of the two Michaels. The next petition highlights concerns about minority rights in Pakistan. It notes the 2021 report of the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom stated that Pakistan's blasphemy law has contributed egregiously to human rights abuses and fostered an overall atmosphere of intolerance for religious minorities, often leading to violence and discrimination. Petitioners in particular note the case of Notan Lal, the owner and principal of a private school in Ghotki, Pakistan, who was detained and charged under the blasphemy law after being falsely accused by a student. In 2020, 20% of those accused of blasphemy were Ahmadi Muslims and 5% were Hindus and Christians. The arrest of Mr. Lal led to riots and the ransacking of a local Hindu temple. And the U.S. Commission on Religious Freedom has also noted the abduction and forced marriage of women and underage girls from minority communities, in particular such as Hindu girls from the Sindh region of Pakistan. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada to call upon the Government of Pakistan to combat the abduction and forced marriages of women and girls in minority communities, to condemn the imprisonment of Notan Lal and demand his release, and to condemn Pakistan's blasphemy laws in general, which disproportionately target minority communities. Mr. Speaker, the last petition that I'll table today then relates to an order paper question that I put on notice yesterday about the situation in the Tigray region of Ethiopia. Some of the specific acts in this petition are somewhat dated, although we have seen the resumption of conflict, so it is relevant again. Petitioners want to see and call for an immediate end to violence and for restraint on all parties involved in the conflict in Tigray, immediate humanitarian access to the region, independent monitoring being allowed, and they want the Government of Canada to engage directly and consistently with the Ethiopian and Eritrean governments on this conflict, and to call for immediate international investigations into credible reports of war crimes and gross violations of human rights law. And with that, I commend all of these petitions to the consideration of my colleagues. Thank you.
And that's all the time we have for tabling of petitions today. We'll go to questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
And notices of motion for production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, again, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
And I believe we have a point of order from the Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Speaker. So just on a point of order, this is my first opportunity to raise it, but it's happened during the opening prayers and the reflection, the minute of reflection that we have in this place almost during the singing of O Canada. At various points, even this morning and yesterday, there is such a noise in the courtyard because of how this place was built to house the interim chamber that it's difficult to hear what members are saying. It happened today with the member for Kingston and the Islands during his petition. I had actually difficulty hearing his petition being tabled because there are so many people speaking outside the chamber. So I wonder, Speaker, if you could again call the attention to this and make sure that the PPS, more signs be posted, but a stronger enforcement so that there is less noise so we can do our work on behalf of Canadians in this House.
I want to thank the member for his intervention. I think I intervened twice yesterday with the same issue, and I believe we talked about it last week when we have especially solemn issues here in the chamber that we need to try our best to keep the noise from bleeding into the chamber. And I think all of our desk will continue to work hard to talk to our members to make sure that especially when they're walking on that backside of it. I see the honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach would like to maybe intervene on this point of order. Please.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to point out to my honourable colleague that, of course, that noise has been going very loud, and members on this side of the House as well would agree with that member that the noise is quite loud, and it's very difficult to hear just the length of even your comments, Mr. Speaker. But one recommendation I think that might be helpful for this, maybe if we can post, similar as we do for the picture taking, places where members should be silent, or at least mediate their speech or their tone, or at least their volume. I think that signage will at least help to notify members that that noise at least does carry into this place. And the public.
I want to thank him for that. Thank you for that intervention as well. What we'll do is we'll bring back and have a look at it, see if there's some possibilities of maybe putting some signage up, just to remind. But I would ask maybe the House leaders to bring it back to their respective desks, and the whips to bring it back to their respective desks to see if there's an opportunity to maybe keep those doors closed during the session. I know it gets hot in the lobbies at the same time. There's a number of things that I think we can do as members of Parliament as we're walking on the silent areas. It actually says silence on those back sides to keep it quiet. So we'll continue to work with the parties to see if we can come up with a reasonable way to keep the noise down when we're here in the chamber. And I'm saying right now, we're hearing it right now. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, I was just going to point out, Mr. Speaker, that even as you're making these comments now, I'm having a hard time hearing you because of background noise out there. And it seems like every time that this issue comes up, we just talk amongst ourselves about it, but the message never gets out there. So perhaps there's a way. Because I would never want someone to not be able to hear my petition, as indicated earlier. Perhaps there would be a way to have the appropriate staff deal with this so that it can actually get outside of the walls of the chamber.
All right, thank you for that. And I'm going to look to my Sergeant at Arms maybe right now, and he can go remind folks that are actually being noisy out there, and we'll work and endeavor to work together to find a way to keep the noise to a very, very minimum outside the chamber, but also to remind folks inside the chamber there's some decorum that we have to follow as well. Thank you. Orders of the day.
Jour, government orders, government bills commons, consideration at second reading of Bill C-29, National Council for Reconciliation Act.
Let me read that part first. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders have been extended by 14 minutes. Mr. Miller, seconded by Mr. Boissonneau, moves that Bill C-29, an act to provide for the establishment of a National Council for Reconciliation, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Affairs. Or Crown, sorry, I'll try that again. Crown and Indigenous Relations.
Good enough, Mr. Speaker. Kwe ulukut, tanse, hello, and bonjour. Before I begin, Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations among the parties, and I'm hopeful that you will find unanimous consent to allow my colleague, the member from Sydney, Victoria, and I to share the debate time today.
The minister is asking to share the time. Is that agreed? Very agreed. The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to acknowledge before I begin that we're speaking here today on the unceded and traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. As we begin the second reading debate on Bill C-29, an act to provide the establishment of the National Council for Reconciliation, I think it's important to highlight that since the location of unmarked graves at former residential schools a year and a half ago, Canada's relationship with First Nations, Inuit and Métis has evolved, and often in a painful way. Survivors, their families, communities, and all Indigenous peoples across the country were heard as they shared the violent truth of residential schools. It's our moral obligation as a country, as people, to honor the survivors and pursue the truth. It's also our responsibility to support all those suffering from intergenerational trauma in their search for truth and closure. Addressing these ongoing impacts is at the heart of reconciliation and the core of truth-seeking and renewal of the relationship between Indigenous peoples, as particularly those who attended these horrible institutions. This summer, after years of advocacy by First Nations, Inuit, Métis, and Métis, His Holiness Pope Francis visited Canada and offered a formal apology for the Roman Catholic Church's role in the abuse of Indigenous children at residential schools. Although this apology was seen as a step in the right direction by many people, it's important to recognize the systemic nature of this harmful legacy, the ongoing impacts of the trauma at residential schools was both instigated and perpetuated by the Government of Canada and religious institutions. Il y a quelques semaines, je me suis joint au Centre national pour la vérité et la réconciliation.
A few weeks ago, I joined the National Centre for Truth and Reconciliation in raising the survivor flag on Parliament Hill. This flag honors the survivors and those affected by residential schools and represents our responsibility and commitment to advancing reconciliation. During the flag-raising ceremony, the Prime Minister reminded us that reconciliation is something every Canadian, including all levels of government in this country, must be involved in, and that includes each and every member of Parliament here today. As we approach the second National Day of Truth and Reconciliation on September 30th, following the passage of Bill C-5 last year, I recognize that there's still much work to be done, and Canadians quite rightly want to see more tangible progress. This includes responding to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action. National Day is about answering the 80 calls to action. Our government needs to know where we're making significant progress, and more importantly, where we're falling short and why, so we can do better. As we move forward, we have to be able to measure our progress so that the government and Canada can be held accountable for our commitments to Indigenous peoples. As the Commission noted in its final report, progress on reconciliation at all levels of government and civil society must be vigilantly monitored and measured for improvement. However, as our many partners and Indigenous organizations have pointed out, the government alone cannot assess and rate itself on reconciliation. Independent monitoring is needed. That's why in 2015, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission called on the Parliament of Canada to create a National Council for Reconciliation. If passed, Bill C-29 would do just that. It would establish the National Council for Reconciliation as an Indigenous-led body. It would be independent, permanent, and non-partisan. The Council would monitor the long-term progress on reconciliation in Canada and evaluate and report on the implementation of the 94 calls to action. That's what many Indigenous leaders have been calling for many years: greater accountability, greater transparency, and a means to hold the Government of Canada and Canada as a whole accountable for our role in reconciliation.
Will enable the creation of the National Council for Reconciliation, immediately fulfilling Call to Action 53. It would also respond to calls to action 54, 55, and 56, which expand on the funding responsibilities and expectations for transparency for the Council and the federal government. The bill ensures that Canada responds formally to the Council's annual report. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take some time to reflect on the genesis of this legislation. The road to get here required collaboration and a lot of work. Bill C-29 has been in the making for many years. In 2019, an interim board comprised of 6 notable Indigenous leaders, including Dr. Wilton Littlechild, one of the commissioners from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, made recommendations based on their extensive research and public engagement on the Council's mandate, governance, and operations, which were the basis for a consultation legislative framework. They also recommended the appointment of a transitional committee to advance this initiative. And last December, I was pleased to announce and support the establishment of this transitional committee. The committee members reviewed the draft framework, engaged with Indigenous and non-Indigenous technical experts, and provided our government with further recommendations that led to the bill that you see before you today. The bill is a culmination of substantial work of many years of advocacy by Indigenous leaders, experts, and communities in particular. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, establishing the National Council for Reconciliation is one of the best opportunities to guide us in achieving truth and reconciliation in this country. The proposed bill defines the process for establishing the Council of 9 to 13 individuals and sets out parameters to ensure a diverse range of people are appointed to the first board of directors. The bill states that at least 2/3 of the board must be Indigenous and must include the voices of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. Indigenous organizations, including a nominee from each of the Assembly of First Nations, Inuit, Teprit, Kanatami, and the Métis National Council, youth, women, men, and gender diverse people, and people from all regions of Canada, including urban, rural, and remote regions. The Conseil aura pour mandat de faire.
The Council's mandate will be to advance reconciliation in Canada, including monitoring and assessing government progress on all Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action. This means that the Council must have access to relevant information on how governments are meeting their commitments. Our government will need to establish a protocol for the release of Government of Canada information. This sharing of information is similar to the release of residential school documents to the National Centre for Truth and Reconciliation to hold the government accountable and to better understand the legacy of residential schools. It will be my responsibility to ensure the Council has the information it needs to do its work. This is imperative. I also want to emphasize that the Council would be completely at arm's length from government and would be run as a non-profit organization. In this way, it would not be tied to Canada or to the Crown. The Government of Canada would provide an endowment and startup funds in response to Call to Action number 54. If established as a not-for-profit organization, the Council would be required to report annually to Parliament on the progress of reconciliation in Canada and to make recommendations to advance this work. This would include providing annual and financial reports, to which the government would be required to respond. The government would then be required to respond in its annual report. These reports would assist the government in setting goals and developing plans to advance reconciliation based on the Council's recommendations. This reporting mechanism in the bill would ensure transparency and accountability as we move forward with the calls to action.
Finally, the bill outlines the purpose and functions of the Council. The mission of the Council would be to hold the government accountable on reconciliation and the calls to action. The Council would be responsible for developing and implementing a multi-year national action plan to advance efforts on reconciliation. The Council would also conduct research and engage with partners on the progress being made towards reconciliation in all sectors of Canadian society and, crucially, by all governments. This includes monitoring efforts to implement the calls to action. The bill is not exhaustive, but rather it's intended to be a flexible framework. The Council would have the authority to pursue other measures it deems important and necessary to achieve its purpose. Pour conclure, j'insisterai sur...
To conclude, I'd like to insist on one last important point. It's been 7 years since the Truth and Reconciliation Commission issued its final report and calls to action. It's been 16 months since the first unmarked graves were located at Tecumloops, and it has been 3 months since Bill C-29 was introduced.
Knowledge keepers and families are getting older. Mr. Speaker, many survivors have already passed away without having seen the full scope of our efforts to advance reconciliation. So I ask honourable members here today to press forward and to support the establishing of the Council as quickly as possible. We owe it to the survivors, to Indigenous peoples, and to all Canadians. Finally, I want to thank all residential school survivors once again for sharing their truths and their experiences, as well as honouring those who continue to suffer in silence. Without that, we wouldn't be here today. We see you, we hear you, we believe you. Miigwech. économique. Merci.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. I'm going to go to the honourable member for Dennisay and Miss Nippy, Churchill River.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister consistently avoids accountability by sending his ministers to answer the hard questions. Bill C-29 is no different. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action 56 clearly calls on the Prime Minister to report back to the National Council of Reconciliation's annual report. Yet according to the bill, subsection 17.3, the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations is to respond to the National Council's annual report. Yesterday at the technical briefing, the Minister stated that Bill C-29 would only answer calls to action 53 to 55, and that is actually true because in the bill, it's not the Prime Minister that responds to the National Council's report. Speaker, why is the Minister blatantly disregarding call to action 56, protecting the Prime Minister and allowing the Prime Minister to abdicate his responsibility from answering to this National Council's report?
Good question.
The Honourable Minister.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. I think it's important that to note that this bill does actually respond to calls to actions 53 to 55. Obviously, call to 56 will follow after the establishment and the passing of this law. Clearly, this is a comment that the member opposite is free to put through in committee and have the committee study it and give it due consideration. I think all of us are responsible to answer for the calls to action. And notably, the Prime Minister has stood on many occasions and held himself and the government personally accountable for the calls to action and the responsibility to fulfill them.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank both the Minister and the honourable member who's spoken previous. I think what's really important for this legislation to have real meaning for Indigenous people is to know that the process itself, even in this chamber, is done in full participation with Indigenous stakeholders. I myself have had conversations with Indigenous people from across the prairies, in particular Alberta, who've said they have not been consulted on this legislation and feel as though the government and the minister is trying to ram this down their throat with any prior consultation. I know the legislation makes note of a few national organizations that the government has continuously consulted, oftentimes without consulting any other non-affiliated group. Will the minister commit that through this process, those who are not belonging to the three national organizations will have a chance to even have their input read into this with the minister? Thank you very much.
The Honourable Minister.
An important question posed by the member opposite, and I think it's important for this House to consider the work that has been done by the interim board in doing a broader outreach as Bill C-29 was put forward. That was the task given to the interim board, and it included a broad swath of Indigenous representation. I have a list of people, specifically notable people that were consulted during this initial process, Mr. Speaker. There was also an open ability that the interim board controlled for people to submit their feedback. Now that the bill has been proposed to Parliament, there is a process that we also follow, and the members that the representation and leadership that the member opposite is referring to are free to appear at committee, and indeed, as a government, we don't dictate how the committee does its work, but they should look to the committee if they want to further provide their input and provide it back to my teams as well in a more informal fashion.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister must know that the Bloc Québécois is a staunch defender of nation-to-nation relationships between Quebec City, Ottawa, and Indigenous nations, or First Nations. This bill would give an additional voice to Indigenous peoples and allow them to be heard, and so the reconciliation process should take on a more realistic pace, because this is something we've been discussing for a long time, since 2015 and again in 2019. Now we're in 2022. Could the minister tell us what his hopes are for the 94 calls to action actually being realized more quickly with this legislation? The Honourable Minister. Well, the idea of having a council that can sit at arm's length from politics, that's crucial for the government to be able to be accountable to, because many of the claims that these calls had been implemented or were being implemented, well, there was no checking, no verification of those claims. So now we will be able to provide the council with information to help them establish whether we're making progress. Thank you. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Oui, hello, bonjour. Mr. Speaker, I would like to acknowledge before I begin that Canada's Parliament is located on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. I am pleased to have the opportunity to say a few words today as we gather to debate this important bill. Part of the shameful and racist colonial policy of residential schools forcibly removed Indigenous children, First Nations, Inuit, and Métis from their communities and denied them their families, languages, and culture, while also enduring widespread abuse. Many of the children we know now did not come home. The root of many of the inequalities we see today can still be traced back to the loss of culture, identity, and family connections, and the abuse perpetrated by the residential school system. The harmful legacy of this system continues to affect survivors, family, Indigenous communities to this day. We see it in the high rates of violence, high rates of incarceration, high rates of suicide, and the high demand for mental health and addiction services across Canada for Indigenous people. We must take action to reverse this legacy. The creation of the National Council of Reconciliation through Bill C-29 would be an important step towards enhancing reconciliation and strengthening the relationship based on respect and recognition of rights between Indigenous people and the Government of Canada. As we begin to debate this bill, Mr. Speaker, I would like to step back and look at the bill from a broader historical perspective. Canada had a system of residential schools starting in the 1830s and lasting until the final school closed in 1998. The aim of these residential schools was to kill the Indian and the child. In the 2000s, survivors of the system organized a class action bringing light to the abuses suffered in the residential schools. I recall during my time at the Assembly of First Nations, as part of the Assembly of First Nations National Youth Council, witnessing firsthand the leadership of survivors like former National Chief Phil Fontaine, who was one of the first leaders to courageously share publicly his experience at the residential schools. I'm also reminded of the late Mi'kmaq advocate Nora Bernard, whose tireless pursuit of justice led to a class action lawsuit on behalf of the survivors in Nova Scotia. It was direct action and courage from Indigenous survivors that led to a legal settlement with residential school survivors, the Assembly of First Nations, Inuit representatives, the federal government, as well as church representatives. In 2008, the resilience of survivors led to Canada making a formal apology to survivors for Canada's role in the residential school system. A very important part of that settlement agreement was the establishment of a Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada, which had a crucial mandate to inform all Canadians about the truth about what happened in the Indian residential schools. The Commission's great work from 2007 to 2015 helped bring the truth of residential schools to light and begin the reconciliation among former residential school survivors, their families, their communities, and indeed all of Canada. During this time, the commissioners conducted interviews and hearings with survivors and the families in order to document what had happened at these residential schools. Their work was extensive. They hosted 7 national events, countless regional and community events across Canada, and conducted more than 6,500 interviews, which resulted in the 94 calls to action that we now discuss today. These 94 calls to action laid the groundwork to the further reconciliation between Canadians and Indigenous people. It's clear that reconciliation might mean different things to different people, but the Commission gave us a point to start from, a way of solidifying a complex set of ideas and bringing them together, and indeed a blueprint for addressing systemic racism in this country. They describe reconciliation as an ongoing, individual, collective process that will require commitment from all those affected, including First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, former Indian residential school students, their families, communities, religious entities, former school employees, government, and the people of Canada. This involves all of us, and this journey of reconciliation is one that we must take together. Mr. Speaker, in relation to the bill before us today, calls to action 53 to 56 directly call upon the government to do what the government plans to do with this Bill C-29 today, is to establish a National Council for Reconciliation. Amongst the 94 calls to action, our government has already taken steps along this journey. We've created the first Indigenous Language Act. We have, for the first time, an Indigenous Language Commissioner. We have passed legislation to implement the United Nations Declaration of Rights of the Indigenous People in an act, Bill C-15. Next week, we'll be celebrating the first anniversary of the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. And while I'm proud of these accomplishments, there is more work that needs to be done. They need to be done at the federal, provincial, and municipal level as well. Bill C-29 ensures that we stay committed to this important work. Some of the functions of the Independent Council of the Truth and Reconciliation will be developing and implementing a multi-year national action plan to advance efforts in reconciliation, to conduct research on promising practices that advance efforts for reconciliation, as well to educate the public about Indigenous peoples' realities and histories and stimulate dialogue, and all other matters that the Independent Council determines are necessary to advance reconciliation. Mr. Speaker, education is an important part of the work we need to do moving forward. In my previous role as a treaty education lead in Nova Scotia, I presented many times on reconciliation. And it was only did I realize then that most Canadians weren't getting the entire history of Canada. And Truth and Reconciliation Commissioner Murray Sinclair, also a former senator, said it best when he pointed out, while Indigenous people were being mistreated in Indian residential schools by being told they were heathens, savages, pagans, and inferior people, that same message was being delivered in the public schools of this country. Mr. Speaker, all levels of government and the Canadian public have a responsibility to educate and create awareness of the shared history, the things that we are proud of Canadians, but as well the dark chapters in our history. We must do so by taking steps to decolonize our structures and our education system and putting an emphasis on Indigenous knowledge and Indigenous voices. Mr. Speaker, when we listen to Indigenous voices and knowledge and work hand in hand with our Indigenous partners, we create better, more inclusive legislation. And that is why this proposed legislation has been led at every step of the way by Indigenous voices. From the interim board to the transitional committee, legislation has been led by Indigenous leaders, such as former Commissioner Dr. Wilton Littlechild, who is an integral part of the interim board. And this gave this valuable work continuity that's already been there to the work that he's doing currently. I will emphasize that this bill responds to the voices of the Indigenous leaders who worked closely with survivors, families, communities who have been affected by residential schools. They led a process to build the resources and the space to try to heal, as well as build understanding between Indigenous people and other Canadians. The Government of Canada has respected that process and looks forward to advancing this bill with your support. In doing so, we are directly responding to TRC calls to action 53 to 56 and the recommendations of the interim board and the transitional committee. Mr. Speaker, with this important historical context, I call on all members of Parliament to join me in supporting this important bill and continuing to advance reconciliation. Walaaliek, Kiyanamek, thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you to the Parliamentary Secretary for his speech. A few moments ago, my colleague from Disnethe, Mississippi, Churchill River, asked a question to the Minister regarding what we feel on this side of the House is a flaw in this bill, and that is Call to Action 56, which we feel is not properly addressed in this piece of legislation. And the Minister responded in his answer that the opposition should propose an amendment through the committee process to that call to action that we think is flawed. And that call to action actually states that the Prime Minister should answer the National Council's annual report, not the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations. So given that the Parliamentary Secretary is a member of the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee, would the Parliamentary Secretary support such a motion?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I would like to thank the member for that statement. As always, the member knows I'm open to all kinds of suggestions coming from all parties on how we can improve this bill. I want to be clear on calls to action number 56. It is requiring the Prime Minister to respond to the National Council for Reconciliation's state of Aboriginal peoples. And it's important to realize that as we are in the process of determining how to move forward on this council and how to move forward with those calls to action, this is the part that the Prime Minister can only respond to what we've placed before them and what we're currently trying to do. So it's kind of putting the horse before the cart. But I would encourage this to be brought up at INAN Committee, where we hope to strengthen this bill and make sure that it serves the purposes for all Canadians.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Terrebonne.
The honourable member for Terrebonne. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. While, of course, we are in favor of good relations between the Quebec people and Indigenous peoples, why does this bill only issue recommendations rather than advising much more concrete action, like fixing the water situation on reserves? Why a bill that's simply going to get committees to issue recommendations rather than something much more concrete in 2022?
I thank the member for her comment, and I think that a lot of that good work is continuing. It's what we're focused on. But this bill C-29 really is focused on the calls to action that were determined by survivors all across this country, and we owe us responsibility to those survivors, my family members included, who've called upon the government to do a certain amount of things. And this is what the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action were about. It was about hearing from those survivors about what they wanted to see from our government and putting it in a form of the 94 calls to action. We have plenty of work on all facets of Indigenous issues across this country. But one of the things that we must keep in mind when we're talking about the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action, this is directly from the survivors, thousands of them across this country. This is what they've called upon from us, and this is what we've committed to enacting.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my honourable colleague's speech, and I'm really interested in this point on roots of inequity, because the inequities are systemic. They are not accidental. They are built into the system. So we can talk about Jordan's principle. I stood with the family of Jordan River Anderson in 2007. 15 years later, they're still fighting for justice. I would like to ask my honourable colleague about the fact that we're now seeing that speech pathologists and those who are working with Indigenous children are being denied payment for services for Jordan's principle. So one could refuse to pay for Indigenous children to have service, or one could just ignore the bills. And if one just ignores the bills, then Indigenous children continue to suffer what this government has been found is willful and reckless discrimination. Will this member commit to ensuring that any child who's eligible for Jordan's principles payments are actually going to their therapists or their doctors or their dentists are going to make sure that that payment is paid out so that these children are not denied service? Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the member opposite for the question, and I think it's important that we do everything that we can as a government to implement the calls to action. Calls to action number 3 talks about the full implementation of Jordan's principle. Our government knows that it's been, for generations, underfunding in a lot of areas for Indigenous communities. Jordan's principle is one of those. That's why I was really happy to see in January an agreement in principle that our government had worked out with the Assembly of First Nations that is historic, $40 billion, to ensure not only that we're compensating those who have suffered from in the Jordan's principle, but also that we fix the system that has been broken for so much of our time.
Well, that's all the time we have for questions. Lord, conformément à article.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, here are the questions to be debated during the late show tonight.
Islands and Rideau Lakes on health, the Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon on climate change, and the Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay on infrastructure. Reprise du débat, the honourable member for Desnethé, Miss Nippy, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I humbly ask for unanimous consent to split my time with the member from Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
This consent has been requested to share the time. Do we have agree? Agreed. Continue. The honourable member for Desnethé, Miss Nippy, Churchill River.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, well, it is always an honour to rise in this place and speak on behalf of the people of Desnethé, Mississippi, Churchill River. This week, as we return to Parliament, especially as a member from northern Saskatchewan, I come with a heavy heart. As I begin today, I want to acknowledge the recent tragic events in northern Saskatchewan in the communities of James Smith, Cree Nation, and Weldon. As the healing journey begins for so many, it is important that in the days and weeks ahead, we do not allow our focus to be lost from what is going to be a long and difficult journey for many. Often as the media attention diminishes, so can the help and the support. The heavy burden these communities will carry will require a resolve to continue to be there for family, for friends and neighbors. We must not allow them to walk this journey alone. It is with these thoughts in mind that I rise to speak on Bill C-29 today, an act to provide for the establishment of a National Council for Reconciliation. Speaker, the work of truth and reconciliation needs to be viewed as a journey rather than a destination. Relationships are not easy, especially ones that have a long history of distrust. That distrust is the reason why a bill like Bill C-29 deserves to be looked at through a lens that focuses on a consensus-building approach. This will create better legislation. It is what is needed and, quite frankly, deserved. Bill C-29 attempts to honor calls to action 53 to 56 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission by creating an accountability mechanism on the progress of reconciliation across our country. Speaker, our party supports accountability. In fact, as the party that established the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, we welcome it. We will support this bill to go to committee and work there to make improvements. With the purpose of building better legislation and in the advancement of reconciliation, there are a few matters that I feel should be addressed, some concerns, some questions, and some suggestions that we will make. I would like to take the next few minutes to speak to some of those concerns. The first concern I will address is around the appointment process of the Board of Directors of the National Council for Reconciliation, its transparency and independence. To help explain this, I want to speak to some of the steps and timelines that led up to Bill C-29 being tabled in the House. In December of 2017, the Prime Minister announced that he would start the process of establishing a National Council for Reconciliation by establishing an interim Board of Directors. By June of 2018, only 6 months later, the interim Board of Directors had presented its final report with 20 very specific recommendations, and it is worth noting, and it was confirmed at the technical briefing last night, that those 20 recommendations were the basis for the draft legal framework. One of those recommendations also included setting up a transitional committee to continue the work that was started. I want to read a quote from that final report. Quote, as indicated in our interim report, the interim board believes it is important that a transitional committee be set up to continue the work proposed in the interim and final reports. During our tenure, we have heard from various organizations and community members that we need to move forward with speed and maintain the momentum to establish the NCR, end quote. Yet inexplicably, it took 3.5 years till December 2021 for the minister to finally get around to appointing the members of the transitional committee. Again, let's be clear. The development of the basis for the legal framework of Bill C-29 was already finished in June of 2018. Why the delay? This government time and time again on Indigenous issues makes big announcements, holds press conferences, takes photographs, and then proceeds to ignore the real and difficult work. So now we fast forward to June of 2022, when the minister finally tabled Bill C-29, with just 2 days left in the spring session, I might add. That's 4 years after the recommendations. Speaker, it is not just the unacceptable timeframes, but the lack of independence and transparency of the selection process that is concerning. From the interim Board of Directors to the Transitional Committee to the Board of Directors of the Council, the process for selecting members has been at the sole discretion of the Minister. In June, while Bill C-29 was being introduced, there were Indigenous organizations that were very public with their own concerns about this process. These concerns are valid because according to the TRC's call to action number 53, the National Council for Reconciliation is supposed to be an independent body. Speaker, a simple question. How is it independent if per Section 8 of this bill, the first board of directors is, quote, selected by the minister? Does the government really expect us to believe, based on their history, that they deserve the benefit of the doubt, that they would never put any undue pressure to get what they want? Finally, Speaker, are the minister's own words when explaining how this oversight body is needed, and I quote, "It isn't up to Canada to be grading itself." Speaker, I think the concerns around the selection process require the minister to be very clear in this House, and more importantly to Indigenous peoples, why he is comfortable in having so much direct control and influence on a body that will be tasked with holding his own government to account on advancing reconciliation. My next concern is that there's nothing in Bill C-29 that has anything concrete as far as measuring outcomes. Quantifying reconciliation is difficult, I admit, but a close look at Call to Action 55 will show that it includes several items that are in fact measurable. And I give a few examples. The comparative number of Indigenous children to non-Indigenous children in care and the reasons for that. The comparative funding for education of on and off reserve First Nations children. The comparative education and income attainments of Indigenous to non-Indigenous people. Progress on closing the gap on health outcomes. Progress on eliminating overrepresentation of Indigenous children in youth custody. Progress on reducing the rate of criminal victimization in homicide, family violence, and other crimes. And finally, progress on reducing overrepresentation in the justice and correctional systems. The concern, Speaker, is that if you want to measure accountability, you must set targets that determine success from failure. Like the axiom, what gets measured gets done. The PBO recently released a report in response to an INAN committee request that was very critical of the departments of ISC and CERNAC for spending increases without improvement in outcomes. And I'm going to quote from the report. The analysis conducted indicates that the increased spending did not result in a commensurate improvement in the ability of these organizations to achieve the goals that they had set for themselves. And that paragraph ends with, based on the qualitative review, the ability to achieve the targets specified has declined. Maybe this is what the government is afraid of, Speaker. Not only is there a lack of measurable outcomes in Bill C-29, but the wording seems to be purposely vague, just vague enough to avoid accountability. Chief Wilton Littlechild, who sat on both the interim board of directors and the transitional committee, when referring to the bill, told CBC News the wording needs to be strengthened. The purpose section of the bill uses the text to advance efforts for reconciliation, but Littlechild said the word efforts needs deletion. He says the bill should instead say advance reconciliation because it's building on work that's already laid a foundation. The preamble of the bill states the government should provide relevant information, which Littlechild says leaves the government to determine what is important or not. We could have taken out those kinds of words, he says. Speaker, when added all together, it seems there's a pattern of reducing the risk of accountability in the wording of the bill and in the lack of measurable outcomes it would require the government to follow through on its words and actions. My final concern is around who responds to the annual report issued by the National Council. Subsection 17.3 of the bill states that the minister must respond to the matters addressed by the NCR's annual report by publishing an annual report on the state of Indigenous peoples that outlines the Government of Canada's plans for advancing reconciliation. This does not honour the TRC's call to action 56, which clearly and unequivocally calls on the Prime Minister of Canada to formally respond. The Prime Minister has consistently said that no relationship is more important to Canada than the relationship with Indigenous peoples. Speaker, actions speak louder than words, and the Prime Minister should be the one responding directly, not delegating that responsibility to the Minister. In closing, Speaker, as I stated earlier, our party will support Bill C-29, and in the spirit of collaboration and in response to the Minister's own words of being willing to be open to perfecting this bill, we'll work with the members of the INAN Committee and will offer some amendments that we believe will make this bill better. It is now our duty to ensure that Bill C-29 is a piece of legislation that truly advances reconciliation. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that very well delivered speech and for his dedication and passion as a member of the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee. Incredibly dedicated and collegial, and I think that's needed in this space when we talk about such important things. Unfortunately, it has not been your party's historic approach to Indigenous peoples, and I will highlight as immeasurable the creation of the I Don't Know More movement under the Harper regime at the time. And so I'm wondering if you can kind of point to us to an example of how maybe your new leadership will perhaps change his own beliefs and some of the comments that he's said about Indigenous people in regards to residential schools. Can we expect to see a kind of a shift in the rhetoric and a more supportive tone from your Conservative bench? Thank you very much.
I really have to say that I need to speak through the Speaker and not directly to the members, and the usage of you and your and those kinds of things. Oh, are you questioning my authority here? Actually, I'm seeing some questioning here. There you go. The honourable member for Desnethé, Miss Nippy, Churchill River.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to thank the member for her question, and I look forward to the opportunity to work at committee to actually make some improvements and add some teeth to this bill. I have several ideas that I would like to propose when we get there. I would like to remind the member that it was actually the Conservatives that established the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. If it was not for that, we would probably not be having this debate today. If it was left to the Liberal bench to establish the TRC, we'd probably have witnessed now some more announcements, some press conferences, and some more studies, instead of actually moving on real progress. I can assure you that our new leader is committed to advancing reconciliation with Indigenous peoples.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for his very thoughtful speech and his statement. I really appreciated it. I do agree with him that there are some gaps in this bill that I think we're going to need to make sure that amendments are made. And I wondered if the member could share with us whether that one of the gaps is that it doesn't take a rights-based approach to ensuring that Indigenous rights are being protected and better served in Canada.
The honourable member for Desnethé, Miss Nippy, Churchill River.
Thank you, Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for the question. Again, appreciate the work that we do together on committee and look forward to the work we can do. Our team has a number of ideas that we're going to put forward as far as amendments. We're going to be listening to, if you have some ideas, more than happy to consider those and work together in order to improve this bill. I think sorry, let's be fair. This is a good starting point, and there's some ways that we can improve this bill and move it a little bit further down the road to advance reconciliation for all people across our country. So happy to work with you on any of the ideas that you would put forward.
Well, again, I'm going to remind folks to work through the chair and that usage of you and directly to it, just not to use it quite as much. Question commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
You know that I've been here for some time. I had very dark hair when I first came, but I think the importance of making sure that we're not referencing to each other or actually referencing young sheep, because I'm not sure when they keep talking about ewes, whether it's ewes plural, as we'd say in Northern Ontario, or you, the little sheep. So, Speaker, could you please clarify the importance of speaking through you so there's no misunderstandings that people might be thinking we're talking about little sheep? And I would, if I was referring to the Conservatives, say use guys, because that would be more, I think, the second person plural, but I'm not going to do that. I would speak through you.
Well, thank you for that clarification to the member for Timmins James Bay, and of course to work through the chair, and the usage of you, Y-O-U, is probably best not used when we're dealing with questions and answers in this chamber. Do we still have time for questions? We still have some time for questions and comments, which is what we're on. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we have a very significant day that's coming up next week. It's a statutory holiday. It's a part of the Truth and Reconciliation. And I think that there is this expectation that is there something that we can do here And I believe there is. When we take a look in terms of the support that seems to be implied in the comments and questions, that maybe it would be a wonderful thing to see this legislation pass. And I'm wondering if the member can provide his thoughts in terms of the significance of the legislation in terms of its passage before the statutory holiday that's going to be coming up next week.
The honourable member for Desnethe, Miss Nippy, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My understanding would be that the legislative calendar is controlled by that side of the House, not by us. I haven't been here that long, but that's my understanding of how I think this works. And I also have been very clear about my desire and intention to have some conversation about this at committee and propose some amendments that we think would approve the bill. So I guess I throw that back at the other side of the House, Mr. Speaker, that's on them, not us, to determine the schedule.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Halliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-29, the National Council for Reconciliation Act. So, Speaker, this bill is the government's attempt after 6.5 years to address the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action numbers 53 through 56. Indeed, since 2015, the Liberal government, for all their rhetoric on reconciliation, have only fully implemented 11 out of the 94 calls to action, and only 8 of the 76 calls that actually fall under their jurisdiction. Speaker, Bill C-29 is long overdue, and the rush by this government to implement something has produced a flawed bill. If we are to continue down the path of reconciliation with Indigenous people, a robust and inclusive response to calls to action 53 to 56 are needed. And unfortunately, this government has failed to produce that response. Bill C-29 provides a framework for the implementation of a National Council for Reconciliation, but the foundation is cracked and will need some care and attention at committee if the government hopes to provide a workable council that is respected by all Indigenous leaders, communities, and organizations across Canada. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission recommended that the government establish a National Council for Reconciliation in calls to action number 53. Bill C-29 addresses this through the creation of a not-for-profit corporation with between 9 and 13 members who will monitor and report the progress of the government on their efforts for reconciliation with Indigenous people. The Council will not be an agent of His Majesty in the right of Canada, nor is it governed by the Financial Administration Act. It is, in every practical sense, an independent body, or at least it should be. Here we find the first of several issues I have with Bill C-29. How independent will this council be if the members of the board are picked by the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations? The Act stipulates that the first board of directors will be selected by the minister in, quote, collaboration with the Transitional Committee. But let's not forget that the Transitional Committee was selected by the minister in December of 2021. So why is this important? Well, first, the board will have the vital task of establishing the Articles of Incorporation and other founding documents that set aside how future boards will be elected and who will constitute a member. In other words, the minister and his hand-picked transitional team will determine the future of this so-called independent council, whose job includes taking the minister to task over their failed record on reconciliation. Call to action number 54 calls on the government to provide multi-year funding for the National Council. The government did so in Budget 2029 through the allocation of $126.5 million. Yet the Act does not require any accountability on the expenditure of this money, and not one financial report needs to be filed by the Council. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission recognized the importance that relevant and timely information be provided to the Council for it to actually do its work. This was enshrined in call to action number 55, where all levels of government are required to provide annual reports and current data on a wide range of areas related to Indigenous matters, including but not limited to childcare, education, health, incarceration rates, criminality, and victimization rates. It'd be interesting to hear from provincial and municipal authorities how they are able to implement this requirement. I hope, for the Council's sake, that a lot of the work to streamline these requests has already taken place between the Crown Indigenous Relations Ministry, including Northern Affairs Canada, and their provincial counterparts. I also hope that there will not be any undue burdens placed on our already taxed municipal governments with respect to extra reporting requirements. Call to Action 56 calls on the government, in fact the Prime Minister, to formally respond to the report by issuing a State of Indigenous Peoples report that outlines the government's reconciliation plans. Bill C-29 utterly fails here, designating the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations to make the response rather than the Prime Minister. Speaker, one of the most glaring issues with C-29 is the lack of representation on the National Council for Reconciliation. The bill sets aside 3 seats for the AFN, the ITK, and the MNC, 3 national organizations that the Liberal government almost exclusively deals with when it comes to Indigenous issues. Yet they are not the only national Indigenous organizations in Canada. In fact, large swaths of urban and poor people are ignored. There is no representation of women or children designated on the council. There is no acknowledgement of the work of the on-the-ground community organizations that do the work day in and day out for Indigenous people. The Liberals will argue that those organizations could get elected by the membership, and sure, yes, they could, but why do some organizations get guaranteed spots and not others? Why have important national organizations like the Native Women's Association of Canada, the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples, or the National Association of Friendship Centres being designated as second-class organizations by this government? Where are the other Métis and Indigenous voices? What about organizations focused on the important work of economic reconciliation? I often hear in meetings, Speaker, with Indigenous leaders about the importance of economic reconciliation, not to address their own issues with their own resources, but also to return to a self-sufficiency and honor to a people that have had it stripped away by a paternalistic, archaic, and irreparably broken Indian Act. Speaker, if the Government of Canada is serious about true reconciliation, we need to address the elephant in the room. I believe that we need to immediately and in partnership with Indigenous leaders do a comprehensive review of the Indian Act with the intent of removing the legislative barriers to participation in Canada's economy and develop a long-term plan to fully transition away from the Indian Act. Some Indigenous communities, Speaker, are already there. Some are in the process, and some are not ready for that conversation. That is why a cautious approach to support the abolition of the Indian Act by providing these Indigenous communities who are prepared for self-government with the legislative avenues to do so, while also ensuring that a robust and national dialogue on the plan for what is next is held inclusively with Indigenous and non-Indigenous people, ensuring that any new legislation is based on consultation relating to autonomy, taxation, transparency, accountability, and property rights. At the same time, Speaker, it's my belief that we need to establish a national dialogue with Indigenous leadership and organizations to remove the bureaucratic barriers to economic prosperity that exist at Indigenous Services Canada and Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs Canada, with the goal of phasing out these government bureaucracies altogether. There is no reason why Indigenous communities and organizations cannot deal directly with finance or health or any other government entity without consulting the gatekeepers at those 2 ministries. We need to modernize land treaty system to initiate economic prosperity for Indigenous communities and to provide the tools for Indigenous communities to determine their own destiny while balancing the rights of Canada, ensuring the need for certainty and finality of terms, and so not to impede the overall governance of the nation, and to provide future certainty for governments, industry, and Indigenous and non-Indigenous people. The existing model of federal public servants determining who is and who isn't ready for self-government needs to change. Reconciliation must be centered on the future of Indigenous people, not what is in the best of this Liberal government. By modernizing our approach to Indigenous partnerships through the eventual abolition of the Indian Act, we modernize Canada. And we usher in a new age of economic prosperity and equality for opportunity. Bill C-29, which disregards the important council of organizations devoted to Indigenous people, women and children's issues, urban poor, First Nations, and self-sufficiency and equality, is a symptom of a much larger issue. And Speaker, Conservatives support reconciliation with Indigenous people, and we are ready to have that conversation. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'll try this again. I do apologize. A bit rusty after the summer. Through you, I would love to comment again on the member's approach here. Very constructive. Many great things were put forward. And I sincerely look forward to working with the member again on the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee to work through some of these issues. I, too, want transparency and accountability for Indigenous peoples across this country. And I just wonder if the member could comment briefly just on the complex nature of the TRC calls to action and this incredible work that we need to do, and that, perhaps we can't oversimplify this work, and that we really need to go slow and make sure it's done properly while also recognizing the urgency. Thank you.
Honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lake, Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I do appreciate the question from the member opposite and her work on the committee. Yeah, obviously we want to ensure that everything is done properly. That's why we just outlined in our speech, and my colleague from Northern Saskatchewan, about some improvements we would like to see made. But at the same time, there are less than 9 actually completed calls to action in federal jurisdiction, and we've been at this for a great number of years. So I think there is a lot of work that can be done faster. We know how this government likes to drag things out. We want to push them a little better to actually get the job done, and that's what we'll continue to do.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for his intervention, and to make an interesting note about one of the comments made within the statement about abolishing the Indian Act. This was something that the other bench, actually, the then Prime Minister Trudeau Sr. proposed, and a strong activist and Indigenous leader from my province of Alberta named Harold Cardinal responded by saying we should not demolish and do away with the Indian Act until such time that we have the proper measurable response to Indigenous claims of rights and land before we get to that part. Would the member agree that Indigenous people need to have a pathway to sovereignty and a pathway to recognize rights before we contemplate the abolishing of the Indian Act?
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you to my friend from the NDP for that question. Yes, exactly what I pointed out in my speech. That's why we should first of all be ready to have this conversation, and I think there are many that are ready to have this conversation. I think many acknowledge the barriers that the Indian Act has imposed upon communities right across this country. So there are communities, as I mentioned in my speech, that are ready for this conversation now. There are some considering it, and there are some not willing to have this conversation. So that's why we are very cautious to say maybe we can have this conversation with the inclusion and the very real input of Indigenous communities, but also provide the off-ramps for those that are ready to have this conversation today.
Good question. Questions and comments. Question commentaire. L'honneur of the deputy.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the bill, there's a point that the committee will monitor the progress made towards reconciliation in all sectors of Canadian society and by all governments in Canada. So it's quite a wide scope. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about which sectors should be monitored in priority. Should the council be primarily looking at the federal government and federally regulated businesses?
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much for my friend to the question. Obviously, we want to, as I mentioned in my speech, respect the various jurisdictions, provincial governments, municipal governments, and work with them in partnership where there's an opportunity to do so, but also not overstep and be the federal government knows best.
Quick one. The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
I thank the member for his speech, and I realize that the Conservatives are very passionate about seeing the calls to action 56 implemented. I'm wondering if you could speak to me about any of the other calls to action that he would like us and his new leader to fast track so that we can prepare to work forward, to move forward in a faster way to get these calls to action done.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, we have actually talked about the slow response to the TRC calls to action. We've done that many times in committee. We've questioned the minister over and over again about the slow response to these calls to action. But right now we are talking about Bill C-29, and we are actually pointing out flaws that they have, the government has missed in their bill. And as my question was to that member opposite a few minutes ago, we want to see an amendment to Call to Action 56, which actually includes the Prime Minister making that response to the Council's report.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I am speaking on behalf of the Bloc Québécois on Bill C-29, which provides for the establishment of a National Council of Reconciliation. I am particularly moved to be speaking on this because I am a member of the Huron-Wendat Nation, and I was the first Huron-Wendat elected in the history of this House. I was also present, as was the Minister, along with my colleague from Manicouagan, who is also our Indigenous critic at the Bloc, at the raising of the survivors' flag on the Hill a few weeks ago. We are still assessing the full consequences of a ferocious colonial regime. We must admit that the meeting of two worlds between the Indigenous nations and the European nations, the European empires, was the cause of a clash of cultures, a brutal one. In the name of a desire to give peoples deemed inferior a taste of civilization, nations were expropriated and crushed. For the latter, the freedom promised by Westerners has too often been synonymous with oppression. The bill we are discussing today is a response to the calls to action 53 to 56 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. The TRC was established through a legal agreement between residential school survivors, the Assembly of First Nations, Inuit representatives, and those responsible for the creation and operation of the schools, that is to say, Ottawa and church authorities. The TRC's mandate was to inform all Canadians about what happened at residential schools. The TRC documented from a great deal of information, new information, from survivors, their families, communities, and anyone else who was personally affected by the residential school experience, especially First Nations, Inuit, and Métis former students, their family members, communities, churches, former residential school staff, government officials, and other Canadians. So they did a great deal of research. From 2007 to 2015, Ottawa provided approximately $72 million to support the work of the TRC. Commission members spent 6 years traveling across Canada to hear over 6,500 witnesses. They also held 7 national events in different regions of the country to engage Canadians, to raise awareness about the history and legacy of residential schools, and share and commemorate the experiences of former students and their families. In June 2015, the Commission held its closing event in Ottawa, at which it released the executive summary of its multi-volume final report. The summary presents 94 calls to action and recommendations to foster reconciliation between Canadians and Indigenous people. As with many bills, the intent is often laudable, but the devil can sometimes be in the details. In this case, I will say at the outset that the Bloc Québécois will vote in favor of the principle of Bill C-29. The Bloc Québécois is a strong advocate of a nation-to-nation relationship between Quebec and First Nations. In doing so, giving Indigenous people an additional voice in the reconciliation process is entirely consistent with our position. We are a political party promoting Quebec independence, which is, for us, the best way to achieve a new partnership between nations through a new regime that will no longer have anything to do with the racist system of the Indian Act, whose name in itself is an insult. My card, it says Indian status. And this card is not from the 50s. This card is only from 2012. That's yesterday. Let us make no mistake, this disrespectful term is just as disrespectful and absolutely comparable to the famous N-word. It's an insult to First Nations to say Indian. For us, international relations start at home on our own territory. The Bloc Québécois is working with Indigenous nations on the federal scene to strengthen and guarantee their inherent rights, and is working to ensure that the federal government fully implements the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in federal jurisdictions. The Bloc has also spoken out to ensure that Indigenous nations receive their due, and we will continue to pressure Ottawa to carry out the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action. On June 21, 2021, the Bloc unanimously adopted a motion to ensure that Indigenous communities have all the resources they need to lift the veil on the historical reality of residential schools and to force churches to open their archives. This bill is in the same vein, and that is one of the reasons we support it. We also announced that we want to ensure the predictability and sustainability of funding for programs that allow the healing of residential school victims, such as the Health Support Program, which was specially designed for this purpose, and the committee provided for in the bill allows for constant monitoring of this issue. The text provides for the establishment of a National Council on Reconciliation, an independent body, which the minister insisted on, an independent body that's nonpartisan and permanent, to be led by Indigenous people whose mission is to advance reconciliation efforts with Indigenous peoples. It responds to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action 53 to 56, which are as follows. So call to action number 53. We call upon the Parliament of Canada, in consultation and collaboration with Indigenous peoples, to pass legislation to establish a National Council for Reconciliation. Now, call to action 54. We call on the Government of Canada to provide multi-year funding for the needs of the National Council for Reconciliation to be established to ensure that it has the human, financial, and technical resources necessary to carry out its work, including the establishment of a National Reconciliation Trust to advance reconciliation. Call to action number 55. We call on all levels of government to provide annual updates or any recent data requested by the National Reconciliation Council to enable it to report on progress towards reconciliation. And finally, call to action number 56. We call on the Prime Minister of Canada to formally respond to the report of the National Council for Reconciliation by issuing an annual State of Indigenous Peoples report, which could outline the government's intentions in moving forward on reconciliation. We can only strongly agree with these requests, 100%. We understand from the minister what the mission of the organization would be, its mandate, its governance, all of that was laid out. The bill is pretty simple to understand. The goal of a representative board of directors. And we applaud the requirement for a report to Parliament, and the government's obligation to respond as well. We approve of all of this, no problem with that. There are some outstanding issues, however, and I encourage the House to keep a close eye on those. The first is funding. The 2019 federal budget announced a total investment of $126.5 million to establish the National Reconciliation Council, including $1.5 million to support the first year of operation. However, nothing is currently known about the sustainability of the funding or how long the current envelope will last. So there aren't enough details on that, the operationality of it. Another question that remains open is the scope of the funding. One of the recurring elements of this bill is the set of entities that the committee will monitor and make recommendations on. Indeed, it can be seen that the committee's current mandate is to monitor the progress of reconciliation in all sectors of Canadian society and by all governments in Canada, and to recommend measures to promote, prioritize, and coordinate reconciliation efforts in all sectors of Canadian society and by all governments of Canada. The first step is to understand what this means. What does it mean to say all sectors of Canadian society? One can imagine that there are crown corporations, Canadian crown corporations, which will be under the scrutiny of the committee. But will private companies under federal jurisdiction also be subject to scrutiny and investigation? Would an independent air carrier be included in the monitoring and recommendations mandate? It's very broad, and it may be a little too vague. So the very broad scope of the bill seems to allow the committee a great deal of latitude in its activities, which isn't a problem in and of itself, but this may also hinder its effectiveness, as it may focus more on government entities than on private corporations. I'm not saying it's not legitimate, but if we need to look at something, we need to look at the state, because the government must be exemplary, so it would be appropriate to pay particular attention to that. The other thing to keep a close eye on is the monitoring of all governments in Canada. That's how they phrase it. So governments, plural. There's a desire for oversight of provincial and territorial governments. Although Indigenous affairs are, of course, under federal jurisdiction, issues affecting First Nations also affect many provincial jurisdictions, such as health and education. There is therefore a desire to ignore the fact that the federal government has no jurisdiction in this respect. There is therefore a desire to disregard respect for jurisdictions and to allow the committee to look at all governments in Canada. And that's an issue for us. We cannot support a federal commission that would seek to put Quebec on trial. We will be watching this aspect closely, even though, as I've said, we are in favor of the principle of this bill. It doesn't affect that, but we need to look at that. In Quebec, the Commission of Inquiry on Relations between Indigenous People and Certain Public Services in Quebec, the VIEN Commission, was established to determine the underlying causes of any form of violence, discrimination, or differential treatment of Indigenous women and men in the delivery of certain public services in Quebec. In his report, the Commissioner made 135 recommendations to the Government of Quebec. There are 142 recommendations in the document, but 7 of them are not addressed to the Government of Quebec. So 135 recommendations directly to the Government of Quebec. These calls for action affect all government services to Indigenous people, such as justice, corrections, policing, health, social services, and youth protection. In its 2020 budget, the Quebec government announced $200 million to begin implementing the Commission's calls to action. And since October 2020, $125 million have been invested in improving, sustaining, and enhancing public services and implementing cultural safety. With the desire for independent and impartial monitoring, the mandate to follow up on the implementation of the recommendations of the Commission of Inquiry into relations between Indigenous people and certain public services has been entrusted to the Quebec Ombudsman. The Commission has also set up an advisory committee in which First Nations and Inuit people take part with the aim of fostering collaboration to ensure that the Viens Commission's calls for action are translated into actions that meet the needs of First Nations and Inuit representatives. Another committee, made up mainly of university researchers and people from civil society, was also set up to independently document the implementation of these calls to action. Based at the Université du Québec in Abitibi-Témiscamingue, this committee published its first report in 2021. It's a good example. We congratulate them for it. So we can say, to get back to the bill we are studying, that despite what I've said about what Quebec is already doing, the question is whether there will be further duplication of federal mandates. Will there be duplication? Will there be overstepping by Ottawa? Or will the committee only focus on federal issues in Quebec, analyzing only what is within federal jurisdiction? Finally, the committee's mandate will be to monitor and provide recommendations, and to do this, it will need investigators and analysts. It would be good to know what the current forecasts are in this era of labor shortages for how many employees would be needed so that the committee can properly carry out its work. So in conclusion, despite our support, there are a number of question marks that I've just mentioned. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, it is time to leave good words, tears in public, and symbolic acts and favor actions. The motto of Quebec is Je me souviens, I remember. Today, let us remember. We owe it to the victims of the repugnant acts that we have, in many ways, only scratched the surface of in the area of memory and understanding. I'll say thank you, and I'll conclude in Wendat. Questions and comments.
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, it's interesting in listening to the debate, in particular from Conservative members, but my question is for the member. When they try to give what I would argue is a false impression, when they try to make a simple statement by saying X number of calls for actions have been implemented, Mr. Speaker, it's somewhat deceitful in the sense that there are numerous recommendations, a high percentage of those calls for action that are in fact being acted on. It's just not solely the federal government. And this leads to the question that I have for my colleague across the way. Would my colleague not agree that when dealing with the calls for action in the spirit of reconciliation, that there's a need for governments, plural, to be working together in order to address the injustices from the past and trying to work collaboratively in order to achieve many of those calls for action?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. To be collaborative, yes, I agree. That's why I've said in democratic debate, I raised some issues. We agree with the principle. We'll see how we can improve this. What response we'll have to the questions we ask. We'll provide our final opinion at the end, but a collaborative approach when it comes to memory, it's clear. It goes without saying. What's clear is that history belongs to no one in particular. It belongs to everyone. And it's in that optic that we have our position today.
Question commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Desnethé, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from the bloc for his comments today. And I have a question for him through you, Mr. Speaker. Once the council is operational, and you referred to this in your speech, the bill will require all levels of government to submit any requested data to show progress on reconciliation as set out in call to action number 55. Mr. Speaker, through you, does the member have any concern with the lack of consultation that the province or with the provinces in the process of developing this council that will impact all levels of government?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Yes, as I said at length, I am concerned. I have mentioned it specifically. Quebec has done extraordinary work to create groups on its side. They're monitoring commissions, and now there is another federal council that is being created that could overlap with Quebec jurisdiction. It concerns us. That's why I mentioned it.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for his intervention. I was particularly interested in his statement about Quebec as a nation agreeing that reconciliation with Indigenous peoples is very important. I know that all of Canada, including Quebec, is founded on Indigenous lands, that all of Canada is settled lands, is from settlers, including people from Quebec. But I wanted to ask a question about reconciliation and how important Indigenous languages are, and if he agrees that the Council will also have to monitor Indigenous languages, protection of Indigenous languages in all of Canada, including in Quebec as well.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Well, absolutely. I think that it's important also to ensure that the functions of the Council are not too dispersed. The mandate is very broad, the scope is broad, and I think it's important to focus on the government, on public entities that are under the federal government. And of course, when it comes to promoting Indigenous languages, I took some Wendat courses a few years ago. It's very complex. I don't imagine that I speak it, but yes, there is a willingness on the part of First Nations to safeguard their culture and their languages. But I would never support a project that overlaps with provincial jurisdiction. Questions and comments?
L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to congratulate my colleague for his speech. Mr. Speaker, what I would ask my colleague is this. In December 2017, the Prime Minister had already talked about creating a board of directors that would be an interim board that would be able to make recommendations regarding the creation of a National Council for Reconciliation. And a year later, in June 2018, another board of directors, an interim one, was presented its final report to the minister. And there were 20 recommendations in that report. So we can see that a lot of consultation is going on, a lot of recommendations as well, but action is not happening. My colleague mentioned this, and I would like for him to tell us what he would suggest to the government when it comes to being more efficient about addressing the issues that affect First Peoples. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Yes. Well, I think that broadly speaking, we can say that the absolutely racist legislation that is the Indian Act must make way for a true dialogue with First Nations, with Indigenous peoples. And the model that we choose must be based on dialogue and the will of First Nations. And I think that's what we must show first. It's unthinkable that an act called the Indian Act should be still in effect. A regime that is a ghettoizing regime should not exist today. Questions and comments?
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I would like to ask unanimous consent to split my time with the member for Edmonton-Grisba.
Request for unanimous consent to share has been given. Is that okay? Well, we all agreed? I'll agree. Continue. The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I would like to first thank my constituents in Nunavut for putting me here, for putting your trust in me. I will continue to work hard to ensure your needs are being met and to ensure your voices are being heard. I also extend a warm welcome back to all the MPs. I hope you had a good summer, and I hope that I am hopeful that we will make changes that will have positive impacts for Indigenous peoples and in Canada in general. I am pleased to rise today on behalf of the New Democrats on Bill C-29 and act to provide for the establishment of a National Council for Reconciliation. The basis of this bill stems from important recommendations by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action. I honor them for their work. I truly believe that when the Commission made their calls to action, they did so founded in the knowledge that systemic changes would be made. This bill has potential for advancing reconciliation efforts for Canada and the people who call for people who call Canada their home. However, the language of this bill requires amendments for clarity. The wording of this language is not strong enough for the important role it has. It does not reference the important legal obligations enshrined by the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and case law. There seems to be a disconnect between Indigenous-led recommendations and how the government will implement these changes. Without a clear process in place, communication and actionable change can fall through the cracks, as they have already done so for decades. New Democrats will propose changes so that Indigenous peoples take the lead for reconciliation and the government to implement recommendations made by the Council to be created. The government needs to hear the voices of the Indigenous communities and implement changes based on the solutions offered to them. Indigenous peoples know what changes need to be made. Indeed, the Government of Canada have been told where the disconnections are. Canada must now and continue to reconcile their relationship and perceptions with Indigenous peoples. Indigenous people have completed a lot of research and advocacy for reconciliation. The government's response must acknowledge this work and be guided in its actions going forward. The many areas requiring reconciliation demand that this council be created so that reconciliation is acted on, measured, and maintained. Before I turn to some of these areas, I will share a personal story. I have spoken in this House about government interference in my life. This summer, I was reminded of some of this interference. I was contacted by a former teacher, and she emailed the following. Did you attend grade 5 and 6 at Mani Uluyuk School in Rankin Inlet for part of the school year? I taught grade 5 and 6 and had a student in my class, a lovely little girl, who one day was suddenly called to the office by social services and put on a plane with her mother and maybe her brother and sent somewhere else. If I recall, Pond Inlet. I never heard after what happened to her. Was that you? It would have been 35 years ago. The sad fact, in addition to this, is this was not the first time I was taken out of a class to be flown to yet another community. Having shared this, I ask you, what does reconciliation mean? Unfortunately, my story as an Indigenous person is not unique in Canada. Unfortunately, my story is too common among Indigenous peoples. Compensation for the confirmed discrimination against First Nations children in the foster care system continues to be fought by the federal government. Changes in housing, accessible and affordability, employment opportunities based on their existing strengths, and language accessibility from federal services are areas of great concern. Mental health services need to be highlighted across Canada. Processes that have worked and proved to be successful are those run through Indigenous practices could be acknowledged. Social justice support for victims of crime and funding in support of such services can be acknowledged through this process. The needs of Indigenous persons are important. They are the needs that they see and speak to. There needs to be mechanisms for stronger language and incorporating Indigenous laws. Many Canadians only recognize the two official languages of Canada as French and English. With many federal and territorial services only being translated into these two languages, many people are left out of conversations. These conversations are essential and need to include those who speak languages that are Indigenous, including Inuktitut. The public should learn more about Indigenous cultures through their viewpoint, which is critical to educate the next generation to prevent future atrocities that have occurred here in Canada. By learning history through Indigenous perspectives, there is a bright future for Canadians to know and learn from the past. We support this bill to be passed to help support Indigenous-led reconciliation. Bill C-29 would offer support in facing what has happened here in Canada. Too long has Canada ignored the voices of Indigenous peoples. Too long has there been inequality to safe, accessible housing and meaningful infrastructure. The Government of Canada must take a rights-based approach to ensuring that efforts towards reconciliation have the positive impacts on Indigenous peoples. We will, at debate, push for the use of such instruments. There are 94 calls to actions. These calls to action must be used as a framework for reconciliation. The United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples must be implemented in all its intents. Many elements of UNDRIP are incredibly important when speaking about reconciliation within Canada. In particular, I want to highlight the focus on education, health, and social and economic security. Article 21 states that Indigenous peoples have the right, without discrimination, to the improvement of their economic and social conditions, including housing, sanitation, health, and social security. Finally, another instrument that must be drawn upon is the landmark Supreme Court decision in Haida Nation. This important case stated that reconciliation must be enacted honorably. Haida Nation states that, in quotes, the controlling question in all situations is what is required to maintain the honor of the Crown and to effect reconciliation between the Crown and the Aboriginal people with respect to the interests at stake. I have tried to respond to the former teacher who reached out to me. I was so touched by the fact that my long-forgotten memory of such government interference was indeed real. It felt so long ago that I wondered if it was a memory that I had made up. I stand here now amongst you, having been elected by my constituents in Nunavut. I, as an Indigenous MP, in my unique experience and voice amongst you, stand as equals with you. I plead for us to be the parliamentarians that stop the deprivation of Indigenous peoples' rights, to respect, protect, and govern based on Indigenous peoples' strengths. In creating this council, the government, the federal government, must implement the recommendations from the council. With a clear plan and process in place, Canada can start to move in a new direction, a direction that acknowledges the past and seeks justice for the future.
I apologize to the honourable member, but we are well beyond time. I apologize, but we are well beyond time. Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Relations.
I realize the member was cut off in her delivery of her speech. I'm wondering if she would want to just conclude with some thoughts, and just if she could direct her thoughts about what portions of the TRC calls to action around education does she support, and does she think that the education that we currently have is satisfactory, that Canadians are learning about Indigenous history?
Honourable Member for Nunavut.
To the member for his question, I just had one sentence left. Basically, Bill C-29 is one of many ways that reconciliation can be stewarded. In terms of education and the calls to action, I go back to the calls to action quite frequently because it's such an important document. And I think when we talk about education, we must ensure that education is not just amongst First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities, but all Canadians must be taught about Canada's history, because all Canadians have been robbed of that history as well.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Prince George Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to commend my honourable colleague. When she speaks, I know I listen. And I just want to say, or ask my honourable colleague through you, Madam Speaker, I guess the concern that I would have is that this would become just another Liberal-appointed board or government-appointed board, and then we would have the same inaction that we are faced with today. And so I wonder through you, Madam Speaker, if she has concerns about the appointment process as to who would be there, and if perhaps she has some guidelines as to how we can actually make that a better process.
Member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for his question. I do share the same concerns about the appointment process. I've seen in the text as well gaps of who could make appointments. At this point, I struggle to share ideas of how that can be improved, because I know that Canada, as a diverse country, has many First Nations, Métis, Inuit communities that we must ensure are heard throughout this whole process. I'm sorry, I cannot answer that at the moment.
Questions and comments? The member for La Pointe de l'Île. Yes, I would like to thank my colleague for her presentation, for her speech, and I would like to know whether she thinks that the Council should also have a mandate with regard to Indigenous languages, and how the Council could support learning Indigenous languages so that Indigenous languages become the main language of use on the territories where they're used. Thank you.
For that excellent question. I think that because Indigenous peoples have been oppressed through language loss, through making sure that we lose our language through residential schools, that has to be a measure, absolutely, to make sure that as a part of reconciliation that there are better protections and practices to ensure that Indigenous languages can be revitalized.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
And I want to thank my honourable colleague for her excellent speech and her excellent presentation in this House. And I represent the region that's just south of hers, and we do share some of the same beautiful waterways. Nunavut has established as its own region, but in other parts of the country, the struggle for self-government is the key. There's a lot of symbolism, there's a lot of promises, we hear lots of nice language, but say in my region, Treaty 9, the right of communities to self-determination, the right of communities to decide how health dollars are spent, what resources are developed or not developed, is still something that is not respected or understood. Would my honourable colleague have some thoughts on how we have to move towards real reconciliation, which is self-determination?
Honourable Member for Nunavut, 40 seconds.
Absolutely. I think there has to be a full implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. We can't just keep paying lip service to it, and we need to make sure that all of us as parliamentarians are doing what we can to ensure that UNDRIP is respected in Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Grisba will have about 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague, the member for Nunavut, for really outlining what I think is a really important message to all parliamentarians. And I have sympathy in this regard on this file to the government and even to the official opposition. This is a very difficult topic. Understanding how Indigenous people who are so absent from this place and ways we can create laws to better have a better outcome. There's a deep irony in that. When I was first elected, Madam Speaker, I knew, coming from the position I did, being the National Director for the Métis of Alberta, that my experience there would influence, in many ways, my experience here. And what I had come to the conclusion of when deciding whether or not my presence in this place would in fact be beneficial for the outcome of Indigenous people, I returned to what I learned from folks who are houseless living in Edmonton Grisba. And that was this idea of harm reduction, that any form of violence, any form of oppression that this institution can impact people, there is also an ability for this institution to restrict its ability to harm people. Where I come from in Alberta, this actually happened. My people, just to make a quick reference, I come from I was born in a small little place called the Fishing Lake Métis Settlement. It's unique in Canada. The only place where Métis people have a land base still today. I should note, just to one of the official opposition members' comment, they were not consulted, nor are they planning to be consulted on this. A huge red flag. But to returning to the point, Indigenous people often see that if we can reduce the level of impact, unilateral impact this place can have on their nations, that is a good thing. And so when I decided finally that this would be a good decision for me to be in this place, it was to understand and to share that message with all parliamentarians through you, Madam Speaker, that we have a role, not just to make laws and to govern, but we also have a responsibility to reduce harm where we see it. This piece of legislation is important, and it will seek to do that work. The government's tabled what has been a call to action by many survivors, many Indigenous nations for a very long time, and it's codified in the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action. So I really commend the government in their ability to table this legislation, but I agree in many ways with many of the speakers who've made mention about the criticisms and the failures of the bill as drafted. One, the government may unilaterally, by the minister's discretion, appoint to the board members that they feel would be appropriate to sit there. That is a huge concern when we think about the mass diversity of Indigenous peoples in Canada. There is no one body or one function that can truly represent the interests of the many nations and the many people who live in Canada that are Indigenous. That's a huge concern that I think this government should be willing to address. And what I heard from the government today, Madam Speaker, is that they're willing through committee to listen to these very important aspects that are presented by both the official opposition and the New Democratic Party. It's really important that we understand that consultation, when we do it wrong, creates a generation of people who feel left out. It is my greatest caution to this government that they do not replicate the systems that have excluded people for so long. I invite the minister to come to Alberta and to seek permission from all provinces, permission from Indigenous people in all provinces, that they ask what a national body towards the implementation of these TRC actions means for them, and to do it in a way that's public and transparent so that Canadians can join the conversation. Right now, this happens behind closed doors. Canadians don't know what's happening. Many Indigenous people don't know what's happening. So, Madam Speaker, if I can, I know my time's limited and I'll have another opportunity to speak on this in the future. I just want to make sure that we can do this work in committee, and I encourage the government to work with members of the opposition to do that. Thank you very much.
It being 5:44, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, private members' business, resuming consideration at third reading of Bill S-206, an act to amend the Criminal Code, disclosure of information by jurors, standing in the name of Mr. Cooper.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Given my interest in this bill, I rise today to speak on S-206, an act to amend the Criminal Code, disclosure of information by jurors. Indeed, last June, I had carefully listened to the testimony of my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord on this subject. I followed the debate and I asked a question. As Vice Chair of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women and having previously served on the Human Rights Subcommittee and the Public Safety and Defense Committee, on very sensitive issues such as rape and other types of sexual violence, I am sensitive to the effects and the impacts of this type of speech. That said, S-206 amends the Criminal Code to provide that the prohibition against disclosure of any information relating to jury deliberations does not apply, in certain circumstances, to the disclosure of information by jury members to health professionals. In particular, it could allow jurors to disclose information heard during the trial or deliberations during a consultation with a healthcare professional, such as a psychiatrist, physician, or psychologist. And the Bloc Québécois position can be very clear because we are fully in favor of this bill. Indeed, a juror bears a very heavy responsibility. First of all, the responsibility itself can affect some people who may find it very difficult to make decisions that could change the lives of many people. When, in addition, that person is exposed to horrific testimony and/or evidence, that trauma can be even greater. I will talk about this today from a legal perspective, about the help needed for what they will hear and the impacts in some cases of post-traumatic shock. In legal terms, let's remember that these people did not choose to be jurors. They are appointed and have a legal obligation to fulfill the duty. They are not always prepared to live with what they have heard. The legislature should help them to make the duty they perform as painless as possible. Some experiences have indeed changed the lives of jurors who are left alone with their trauma, and the state has a responsibility to these people. Furthermore, if the juror feels the need to consult a professional in order to help him or her overcome the trauma they have experienced, that person is also bound by professional secrecy under his or her order. Currently, Section 649 of the Criminal Code makes it a criminal offense for jurors to disclose non-public information about the trial they are hearing, and the Criminal Code section reads as follows. 649, every member of a jury or person who provides technical, personal, or any other assistance or interpretation services to a member of a jury with a physical disability and who, except for the purposes of an investigation of an offense under subsection 1392, alleged to have been committed in relation to a juror, or giving evidence in criminal proceedings in relation to such an offense, or discloses any information relating to the proceedings of the jury when it was absent from the courtroom that was not subsequently disclosed in open court, is guilty of an offense punishable on summary conviction. The secrecy of jury deliberations rule, also known as Lord Mansfield's rule, is a central principle of British common law and the criminal justice system that I heard about during my year in law school. It not only protects the members of the jury, but also protects the integrity of the deliberative process and the validity of the decision. The input of jurors in a trial is important. It helps to build public confidence in the justice system, that decisions are not made in a closed environment by one person who is just mechanically interpreting the law. The importance of the jury has been repeatedly stated and explained in various decisions, but one of the most eloquent quotes is that of Justice Laura Dubé, who summed it up very well, and I quote him here: "The jury, because of the collective nature of its decisions, proves to be an excellent judge of fact. Its representativeness makes it the conscience of the community. Moreover, the jury can serve as the last bulwark against oppressive laws or their enforcement. It is a means by which the public gains a better understanding of the criminal justice system, and through public participation, the jury increases society's confidence in the system as a whole." End of quote. There are three principles to the Lord Mansfield Rule. There are three main justifications for the restrictions imposed by jury confidentiality under Roe versus Penn. The fact that confidentiality encourages candor and the kind of open and exhaustive debate essential to this type of collegial decision-making process. While aiming for unanimity, jurors must be free to explore all sides of the issue without fear of ridicule, contempt, or hatred. 2, the need to ensure the finality of the verdict. In describing the verdict as the product of a dynamic process, the court emphasized the need to protect the finality of the verdict as a product of a unanimous decision which, when officially announced, has the authority of a judicial decision. Therefore, the rule also aims to ensure that deliberations are not vitiated by the fact that jurors come into contact with information or persons outside that group. Then 3, the need to protect jurors from harassment, censorship, and retaliation. And this requires at the very least a system that provides for the practical safety of jurors, their sense of protection, and their privacy. Thus, the fact that a juror may consult a mental or physical health professional is not likely to violate any of these principles. This was also the view expressed by Vanessa McDonnell of the Canadian Association of Criminal Lawyers at the Standing Committee on Justice hearings held in 2018. So this issue has been discussed for over 4 years, and she said this: "A clear-cut exemption would not undermine any of the considerations justifying these provisions, such as the desire to make final decisions to preserve the integrity of the deliberative process and to protect jurors from potential stalkers." This argument is even stronger if the therapy takes place after the trial is over. So, second, if we recall the importance of helping jurors, the most important argument in favor of this relief from the rule of professional secrecy or confidentiality, that is, of deliberations, is the fact that in any case, a healthcare professional, physical or mental healthcare professional, being a member of a professional order, must respect the principle of confidentiality guaranteed by his or her code of ethics. In fact, the Quebec Act C-26 Professional Code strictly regulates the practices of professionals who may hold personal or secret information. Section 3 of this law provides for reserved titles for certain professions which cannot be used without being a member of the professional order in question and having a valid permit. This is the case for social workers, psychologists, human resources counselors, and psychoeducators. Within this law, Section 60.5 requires professionals to respect confidentiality except in a few exceptional cases. When the professional, for example, is sued by his or her client, the professional may disclose information necessary for his or her defense, even if it is secret, when the law authorizes or orders him to do so by an express provision for the purpose of preventing an act of violence, including suicide, when the professional has reasonable cause to believe that there is a serious risk of death or serious injury to an identifiable person or group of persons, that the nature of the threat it creates a sense of urgency. In all cases, the professional may only disclose information that is relevant to the situation he or she is dealing with. It would be very surprising, therefore, if details of very specific elements of testimony or deliberations were required for any of these exceptions. The Act provides that the professional must provide and maintain at all times security against liability for professional misconduct. Additional safeguards for the protection of information are also provided, including that the professional must respect the client's right to have inaccurate, incomplete, or equivocal information corrected in a document about the client that is included in any record made about the client, respect the client's right to have any outdated information or information that's not relevant for the purpose of the record deleted, or to provide written comments and place them on the record. And similar codes of ethics exist in other Canadian provinces, including Ontario, Manitoba, and New Brunswick. There is also a Canadian Code of Ethics that takes into account provincial legislation and regulations. Thirdly, if we focus on post-traumatic shock, which many testimonies in the media have demonstrated, whether it be with the case of little Victoria Stafford or where the jurors said that they suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder, among others. In conclusion, I'm perfectly aware that the trauma left on juries can lead to post-traumatic stress disorder, as juries have indicated when they have been marked by these horror stories. When I was a student at a cégep in Jonquière, I had the opportunity to study the issue of post-traumatic stress disorder in 2011. The consequences can have an impact on family members, alcoholism, violence, mental health problems, and so on. We must be aware of this, and we must act together as a society. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would normally say that I am happy to rise to speak on a bill such as this because it's a fairly simple bill. We have a rule against exposing deliberations of jurors for very good reasons, to make sure those decisions are final, to make sure there's no harassment of jurors, and to preserve the right and the integrity of that deliberation process. This bill, S206 now, would create a very narrow exception, which would allow those who have suffered post-traumatic stress and other mental health challenges as a result of serving on juries to be able to disclose details of that experience to mental health professionals. A simple bill, one that's very necessary. And I want to take a moment to thank those former jurors who've spoken out on this issue, and in particular Marc Ferrand for the work he's put into bringing this to the attention of those of us in the House. So why am I not happy? Well, I'm not happy because sometimes when we agree on something needs to be done and we agree that it's a good thing and we all agree, it seems to take us a very long time to get the job done. So there was a study in the Justice Committee with a unanimous report tabled in 2018. So all parties supported taking this kind of action and other actions to support former jurors. This was then introduced as a private member's bill in October of 2018 by the member for St. Albert, Edmonton. And this passed the House 12th of April 2019 with all party support in the 42nd Parliament. Here we are, 2 parliaments later, and we haven't gotten this job done. So that's the reason I'm not really pleased to be standing to speak on this bill today. In fact, I had hoped we might actually finish this bill today, because if no one stands to ask for a recorded vote, this would actually be done. I know that there are those who believe that there are good reasons to have that recorded vote, and I'll be happy to see the virtually unanimous support that I expect in this House for this bill. But I have to say, what I really believe here is that we need to get on with this and get it done. Let's deny further former jurors who suffered mental health challenges from being able to seek the professional help they need and deserve as a result of doing their civic duty. So I'm proud to support this bill, and I'd urge us all to finish it as quickly as we can. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to our honourable colleagues that spoke prior to me speaking. I do want to provide a quick warning before I speak, is that my testimony today contains a lot of graphic facts, and I may struggle getting through it, Madam Speaker. I ask my colleagues and the friends and the Canadians that are listening to stop for a moment, close your eyes. Imagine you're a new RCMP constable in northern British Columbia. You're in your car on a dark, isolated highway. It's late November, it's cold, it's just past 9 p.m. There's a light dusting of snow that covers the road in front of you as you drive down the dark, deserted highway. Spruce and pine trees line the side of the road, illuminated only by the glow of your headlights. Just up ahead, coming out of an old abandoned logging road, you see another set of lights, an old GMC pickup, and it veers onto the road in front of you. It picks up speed. It's driving erratically. You wonder where it was. Why was it down there? Who's in it? Where's it going? And what were they doing down that road? As the questions flood into your mind, suspicion gets the best of you. Probably a poacher, you think. You make the call, you decide to pursue, and then pull them over. A routine stop on a dark, deserted road in the middle of the winter. You can't possibly imagine that you're about to stumble upon one of Canada's most notorious serial killers. On November 27th of 2010, at approximately 9:45, a rookie police officer by the name of Aaron Keeler was patrolling off of Highway 27 when he noticed an old pickup truck pull out onto the highway from an old remote logging road. Constable Keeler knew there was nothing down that rugged road and thought it was odd that somebody would be down there late at night in the middle of winter. Seeing the truck veer and speed off and drive erratically, Keeler decided to pull over the vehicle. Constable Keeler's routine stop would lead to the arrest and the eventual conviction of Canada's youngest serial killer, Cody Legibakov. Legibakov was convicted of killing 4 women in my riding in Caribou, Prince George. When the RCMP pulled him over, the first thing they noticed was the blood smears on his chin. A quick examination of the cab of the truck revealed a pool of blood on the floor. Searching the vehicle, they found a bloody wrench, a multi-tool, and a monkey backpack, and a wallet that contained a children's hospital card with the name of Lauren Leslie on it. When officers asked Cody about the blood on his face, he said he was hunting deer and he had clubbed one to death. RCMP called a wildlife conservation officer with tracking skills. They followed Cody's tire tracks and then his footsteps into the bush. They made a horrifying discovery. It wasn't the body of a bleeding deer. It was the body of a 15-year-old girl. It was the body of my friend's daughter, Lauren Dawn Leslie. Fast forward to 4 years later. Picture yourself in a small, cramped courtroom filled with media, the victims' families, the accused, and 11 of your peers. Now try to imagine listening to the gruesome details of what I've just discovered of how Legibakov raped and brutally murdered 15-year-old Lauren, 23-year-old Natasha Montgomery, Jill Stachenko, and Cynthia Mass. That trial lasted almost 4 months. Imagine sitting through that. Day after day of gruesome testimony, brutal, blunt force trauma, penetrating knife wounds, a broken jaw, and cheekbone. Jurors heard testimony that one of the victims was found with the pants around her ankles, that she died of blood loss and blunt force trauma. All 4 women were badly beaten before they died. They died. Their DNA from one of the victims was found on a pickaxe inside Legibakov's apartment. A pickaxe, Madam Speaker. Natasha Montgomery's body has never been found, yet her DNA was found 32 times in Legibakov's apartment, on clothing, on bed sheets, and on an axe. Jurors in this trial listened to the unspeakable acts. They listened for days, weeks, and months. When the trial ended and Legibakov was convicted, they had nowhere to turn. They had no one they could legally talk to. They had no help to deal with the trauma they experienced reliving these horrific crimes. Madam Speaker, I want to commend Senator Boisvenu and my honourable colleague from St. Albert, Edmonton, for their work on Bill S-206. I agree with the honourable colleague that spoke earlier that said this bill has taken too long. For decades, mental health issues have been pushed to the back burner. Men, women, our society in general have viewed mental health through a skewed lens. We've been raised to believe that mental health issues are a weakness of character, a weakness of person, and a weakness to be hid and swept under the carpet. Thankfully, the past few years, we've all come to realize that this is not true, that mental health is just important as physical health. Without mental health, we have no health. Although we're slowly making progress, there's more that can be done. My latest motion to create a national easy-to-remember 3-digit suicide hotline, 988, has finally been approved by the CRTC and will be up and running by fall of next year. But 988 is just one tool in the toolbox. It's not the panacea for all the problems that are facing us. The bill before us today is another instrument that can and will help those who often suffer in silence. As the law currently stands, jurors are bound by the jury secrecy rule. They can never reveal what was said, what evidence they were subjected to. They have nowhere to go and nowhere to turn. If they're having trouble dealing with the psychological trauma they've been subjected to, the law forces them to suffer alone. This isn't right. During a study on this issue in the 42nd Parliament, the Justice Committee heard testimony from another friend of mine, Mark Ferrand. Mr. Ferrand was called to serve as a juror for another very graphic murder trial here in Ontario. He was subject to autopsy photos, detailed photos of the victim, the crime scene, detailed photos of the wounds. It was a very incredibly violent homicide. In his testimony, Mark explained, and I quote, "As a juror, you're extremely isolated. You cannot communicate with anyone in any form about the events in court or even really with any other jurors. I would leave the court in a trance, not remembering even how I got home. I would stare blankly into space during meetings at work or at home while my 3-year-old daughter tried desperately to engage with me. My then pregnant wife, who had such an engaged husband during her first pregnancy, now had an emotional zombie in me, unable or unwilling to communicate." He continued, "I expected these feelings to subside as I left the courthouse on the day the verdict was delivered. I expected to experience a period of reacclimatization as I re-entered my life, and then I would be fine. I expected that there would be a thorough discharge and debrief prior to being dismissed, and that perhaps a counselor would be present who could direct us to services or mental health exercises, or indeed talk to us. There was nothing. My feelings didn't subside. They intensified and deepened. After the trial, I cut off communications with all friends and family, only interacting with colleagues at work, and then only superficially. I became hyper-vigilant around my kids, refusing to let them walk alone, even just a few steps in front of me. I became unable to handle crowds in public spaces. My diet changed. I was unable to look at and prepare raw meat without gagging, something that still persists to this day. Images would haunt me day after day, an unrelenting bombardment of horror. My daughter's red finger painting would hurl me back to the scene of the crime, and I would stare transfixed, seemingly out of space and time. Sometimes I would just start to cry for no reason at all. Intimacy with my partner was impossible, and I found myself either sleeping downstairs on some kind of vigil or sleeping on my children's floors at the foot of their door, if I even slept at all," end quote. Madam Speaker, what Mark went through was life-altering. What Mark and his family went through is unacceptable. What Mark and thousands of jurors have endured should never happen again. Bill S-206 will end this. Bill S-206 will carve out an exception to the jury secrecy rule. It will allow the disclosure of the deliberation process by jurors to a healthcare professional bound by confidentiality. Jury duty is a core component of the Canadian justice system and enshrined in our charter and criminal code. Jurors are core to the administration of justice. Jurors will continue to serve our communities and must witness graphic evidence and horrific crimes as part of their civic duty, but we must afford jurors access to the same mental health support and quality care available for first responders, healthcare professionals, legal counsel, and even judges. Sadly, in some provinces and territories, jurors are offered no support at all or the bare minimum of care. Madam Speaker, this is long past due. We need to pass this legislation now. It will save lives. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it is actually a pleasure to be able to arise and address the issue at hand. And in listening to members speak on the legislation, there's a couple of thoughts specifically that come to mind. You know, many years ago, I used to be a justice critic in the province of Manitoba. So I want to highlight the fact that when we have discussions here in Ottawa, and we come up with some very good, tangible ideas, as was pointed out and well debated and discussed and studied in one of our standing committees. We've already had members of the House make reference to the 2018 Standing Committee that did a study on this issue. And it's one of the things that Parliament can do and do well, is when it identifies an issue where we can build that consensus. And often I'll stand up challenging members to support specific pieces of legislation. This is a bill that does deserve and merit the support of all members of the House of Commons. But we need to recognize, in terms of the idea of jurisdictional responsibility, yes, it's in the criminal code. But as some speakers no doubt have alluded to, whether it's in the study process or even during the debate of this or previous bills, we need to recognize that the provinces also play a critical role in this. In fact, I suspect, Madam Speaker, if the study didn't look at it, which would surprise me, or the Standing Committee didn't look at it, it would surprise me, but I believe that what you would find in Canada is a patchwork system. Some provinces provide more support than other provinces, Madam Speaker. And in certain areas, and I would suggest to you that this is one of those areas, that by passing this legislation, I believe that it will go a long way in showing national leadership on such an important issue that we will hopefully, at the end of the day, see a more consistent system throughout Canada. And I believe that we owe that to our jurors. You know, when you think of the foundations of our nation, you can talk about the Parliament or the independence of our judicial system, the rule of law, and the fundamental pillars that hold that up. When you talk about the jury process, you know, it's not like people are going to the court saying, pick me, pick me, pick me, I want to be a juror. The manner in which jurors are selected and the obligation of our residents to fulfill that call to be a jurist. And when you do, and you're put into that position, as the member that spoke before me made reference to a particular incident, a horrific incident. And sadly, Madam Speaker, that we see far too many of those types of incidents in all different regions of our country. You know, there was a time in which, when we talk about mental health, as the previous speaker has made reference, is that it was kind of pushed to the side. It's only in the last decade or so where we've really seen the issue of mental health be put front and center in terms of the needs for government policy. And when you put that lens on the issue of justice, there's certain areas that could be clearly amplified. And this is just one of those areas, I would suggest, Madam Speaker. For all the reasons in which the example was cited, one can only imagine the many different horrific examples that have taken place in the last number of years alone, where we ask fellow citizens to sit and listen in great detail. I've never sat as a juror, Madam Speaker, but I can imagine in terms of some of the things that a juror has to go through in order to ultimately provide that decision. And that decision is absolutely critical in terms of the part of the foundations of our system, our judicial system. I understand, and I believe a vast majority of people would understand and appreciate why it's so critically important that a juror or a jury has to keep what's said within in a very confidential matter. But I like to believe, as I know members of the Liberal caucus, and I suspect based on the discussions that I hear and the type of support on previous legislation to the unanimous support of that standing committee that I made reference to, that all members of this House understand the issue of mental health and what it is the individual juror has to go through in order to ultimately participate and reach the decision, that obligation. As a society, we are very dependent on that, Madam Speaker. So given that, and then if you take into consideration the issue today on mental health, one would expect that we do need to be more open to the post-traumatic experiences that many jurors are actually having to deal with as a direct result of being a good citizen of Canada by participating in our judicial system, Madam Speaker. So this bill is not proposing, S-206, as the Standing Committee is not proposing that a juror would be able to go out and about and have a press conference and say, you know, here's what we dealt with when we went and talked about this case prior to conviction or no conviction. What's being suggested here is fair and reasonable. And from my perspective, and I believe the perspective of virtually all members of this House, is it's recognizing the need for that juror who has had an experience as a direct result of doing the right thing, being there for our nation, and supporting our judicial system, that's having a very difficult time coming to grips in terms of what he or she witnessed during the trial. I think there is an obligation for the government, whether it's the federal government or the provincial government, to take the actions that are necessary in order to provide that support, Madam Speaker. By doing that, what we should be thinking about is how do we maximize the effectiveness of our jury? We have to ensure that the proper supports are there, Madam Speaker. And in order, by doing that, what we're doing is we're minimizing the negative consequences of a juror having to participate. So we're saying, in essence, that let's look at ways in which we can allow for that juror to be able to talk to a professional healthcare provider to seek the counseling and the services that are necessary in order to be supportive of our system, and in particular, that juror, Madam Speaker. I think there is an obligation to do that. And I believe that's the reason why it has received the universal support that it has, Madam Speaker, as I suspect that ultimately when it does come to a vote, it will be of a unanimous nature. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton for the right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak for what I trust will be the last time on Bill S-206, legislation to support juror mental health. The idea of this bill came about as a result of a study of the Justice Committee, the first of its kind on juror support, initiated by the member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. And I'm very proud to say that that member has been a seconder of this bill and a champion of it. 5 years ago, former jurors came before the Justice Committee, and they told their stories of going through difficult trials and how their mental health suffered as a result. During the study, we learned that former jurors are uniquely impeded in terms of their ability to get mental health supports as a result of something called the jury secrecy rule. Section 649 of the Criminal Code actually makes it a criminal offense for a former juror to disclose any aspect of the deliberation process with anyone for life, even a medical professional. From a mental health standpoint, how can one get better? How can one get the help that they need if they're unable to talk about what is often the most difficult aspect of jury service, that of the deliberation process? But, Madam Speaker, there is a solution to this challenge. And that solution is to carve out a narrow exception to the rule so that former jurors can confide with a medical professional about all aspects of jury service bound by confidentiality. It was a key recommendation of our unanimous Justice Committee report. Too often in this place, we undertake studies on important topics, produce reports with valuable recommendations, and then those reports proceed to be put on a bookshelf where they collect dust. Having regard for the impactful testimony of those former jurors who courageously came before the Justice Committee to tell their stories, I did not want to see that happen in this case. And it is why I put forward a private member's bill to carve out this exception, to make that the law. The bill received unanimous support. 4 bills and 3 parliaments later, we are on the cusp of seeing this legislation passed into law. From a process standpoint, it highlights the real difficulty in getting a private member's bill across the finish line, even one with unanimous support. There are a number of people that I would like to thank, but unfortunately don't have the time to do so in the time allocated to me. But I will thank 3 people. Senator Pierre Boisvenu for introducing this bill in the other place and successfully championing it through the other place. Senator Lucy Monsian, herself a former juror who suffered from mental health issues arising from her service, who played an integral role in seeing the passage of this bill in the other place. And Mark Farrant of the Canadian Juries Commission, himself a former juror, one of the former jurors who came before our committee. Mark is a leading champion today of juror mental health supports. Madam Speaker, jurors play an integral role in the administration of justice in Canada, often at a considerable personal sacrifice. Jurors deserve to get the help that they need when they need it. This bill will help former jurors be able to do just that. After 5 years, let's get it done. Let's get it passed. Let's make it the law. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. Cooper, seconded by Mr. Moore, moved that Bill S-206, an act to amend the Criminal Code, disclosure of information by jurors, be now read a 3rd time and do pass. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division, or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, I would request a recorded division.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, September 28th, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. À l'ordre, à ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article...
At the present time, according to Article 38 of the Standing Orders, the motion is deemed presented and adopted. So the question is the following, that the House now adjourn.
And Rideau Lakes.
Madam Speaker, a pleasure to rise this evening and to discuss some of the changes that seem to be taking place following the election of a new leader of His Majesty's official opposition, Canada's Conservatives. The member for Carleton was elected, and it's drawing a lot of reaction from the government benches. I know that they're also so excited that there's now a leader in this place who's going to help give Canadians back control of their lives. And they're going to have a leader who's going to focus on Canadians' retirements, who's going to focus on Canadians' paychecks. And that's exactly what we have. But we've also, in the member for Carleton, the leader of Canada's Conservatives, have a member who is a leader who has been very focused on a pain point for Canada's economy. And that is that we've heard from border mayors and from our tourism industry, from trade groups like the Frontier Duty Free Association, the pain caused by the failed ArriveCan app, as well as the unscientific border measures that have been left in place long after there's been a public health justification for them. So now we've heard through media reports as the government attempts to scramble to get as much time and distance between them and these failed policies that they're going to scrap that app finally, and the mandate that goes along with it. But there's been a lot of damage done in the intervening period. Jobs lost, economy suffocated, and visitors being turned away from Canada, not feeling welcome, being told that they weren't welcome. Now, Canadians who could not, or would not, or did not comply with the failed ArriveCan experiment were fined $6,255. Now, I'm not just talking about any one type of individual. I'm talking about Canadians who were unvaccinated, Canadians who had 1 dose, 2 doses, 3 doses, 4 and more of COVID vaccinations. Fined $6,255 by this government. So the contention was that this was to enforce compliance or to make folks safer. We've heard from epidemiological experts who have said that this was doing nothing to keep Canadians safe, this app and this restriction, long after all the provinces and territories had moved in a different direction. They'd moved forward. So it's a time where now that the government is recognizing the obsolescence of these policies, that they also need to make right what is wrong. And what is wrong, of course, is Canadians who have paid and been fined or just received notice of this $6,255 fine. And in some families, multiple people in their vehicles or in their traveling party. It's an amount that's not manageable for any Canadian family. Fines in excess of $6,000 per person. So we're calling on the government to forgive these fines and to return any of the funds that they've taken from Canadians as a result of these failed policies. So will the government do that, Madam Speaker?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate having the opportunity to talk about the Government of Canada's response to the COVID-19 pandemic tonight. In June, the Government of Canada suspended...
Can we have some order? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is answering the question. Please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In June, the Government of Canada suspended the vaccine mandate for federally regulated transportation sectors and federal employees. And compared to when the mandates were first introduced, Canada has higher levels of immunity from both vaccination and infection. And there is a wider availability of antiviral drugs, and we are better equipped now to effectively manage the COVID-19 pandemic and reduce pressure on the healthcare system. In Canada, we've seen case counts declining in recent weeks, while there continues to be regional variability. The peak in the latest wave of COVID-19 activity appears to have passed. And however, we must remember that worldwide the virus continues to circulate and the pandemic is not over. That's why we need to take some precautions, including staying up to date on our vaccinations. Recently, schools have welcomed children back to in-person learning and more people are going into the office. In addition, with summer coming to a close, we are spending more time indoors. These factors could contribute to renewed activity and the possibility of new variants. They remain, Madam Speaker. Nous devons rester à jour.
We must stay up to date with our vaccines. It's one of our best defenses, and it is an absolute priority.
To COVID-19 vaccines as well as other vaccine preventable diseases, as we are seeing outbreaks in circulation of measles, polio, and meningococcal diseases in other countries. Cela fait presque 2 ans.
Health Canada approved the first vaccine against COVID-19 almost 2 years ago in Canada. Since then, over 87 million doses have been administered in Canada, or have been distributed in Canada, and billions of doses have been delivered worldwide.
This data show that COVID-19 vaccines provide strong protection against the most severe outcomes of the disease, including reducing the risk of hospitalization and death due to COVID-19. Throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, our government has implemented policies and public health measures to help reduce its impacts. We've provided access to vaccines to minimize serious illness and death. We have worked hard to preserve the health system capacity and reduce transmission to protect high-risk populations. And as we move forward, we'll continue to base our measures on analysis, expert opinion, and science. We will also consider emerging variants of concern, the value and impact of public health interventions, and the impact of vaccination and vaccine effectiveness. Our measures have evolved hand in hand with the epidemiological situation and public health advice over the past 2.5 years. And unlike the Conservatives, who have been wrong about the pandemic at every single turn in the last couple of years, the health and safety of Canadians has always been our top priority, and will continue to be our top priority from now and into the future. Madam Speaker, I hope the member opposite enjoyed my answer to the question. I couldn't hear myself because he was talking the whole time. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Isles, Rideau Lakes.
Well, Madam Speaker, it shouldn't have been hard for the parliamentary secretary to simply read the response that was printed for him by the department instead of actually answering the question. And that is, if the government is going to make right what they did wrong. They fined Canadians who followed all of the rules. And you seem awfully quiet about it now. But people who followed all the rules were fined $6,200 per person. Does the parliamentary secretary, Madam Speaker, think that's reasonable or acceptable for Canadians to get tens of thousands of dollars in fines in their vehicle when they followed all of the direction that the government gave, maybe made a simple mistake at the border, and get hammered with a $6,200 fine? It's absolutely wrong. It's no way to treat Canadians. It's unacceptable. They need to make it right, give the money back, and apologize.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Public health experts use the latest scientific evidence available on the effectiveness, availability, and the uptake of vaccines when providing guidance and advice regarding vaccine mandates. The original question that the member asked doesn't resemble the one that he presented at all tonight. So if you'd like to talk about this, he has my phone number, and I'm happy to chat anytime. Thank you to the member.
The honourable member for Dufferin Caledon.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The carbon tax is an absolute failure. And we know that because there's two metrics by which you're going to measure the carbon tax. The first metric is, does it reduce emissions? Well, emissions under this government have gone up every single year. They haven't met a single emissions target ever. So, on the first metric, is the carbon tax an effective way to reduce emissions? The answer to that question is absolutely not. But wait, there's a second part. This is like one of those late-night television shows. But wait, there's more. There actually is more. They said that more people will get more money back in their pockets as a result of paying this tax. No, they didn't. But they didn't. The Parliamentary Budget Officer made that abundantly clear in that report. In fact, most Canadian families, when you factor in the effect of the carbon tax throughout the economy, because it does affect the economy, end up paying more in carbon taxes than they get back. Now, this isn't baseball, so you don't get 3 strikes and you're out. This is the real world. 2 strikes and you're out. The carbon tax is an absolute and utter failure. I swam on the Canadian national team a long time ago, and when we were training, the big thing our coaches always said to us, no pain, no gain. It's kind of the mantra. The Liberal government tried to get that. They sort of heard about it somewhere. But they got it wrong because the carbon tax is all pain and no gain. So will the government, and this was my question to the Prime Minister, and it's even more relevant today than it was in the last session of Parliament. Canadian pocketbooks are running dry. We have an affordability crisis going on in this country. Many Canadian families are a couple of $100s away from not being able to pay their bills at the end of the month. And yet, this government is going to jack up the price of the failed, miserable carbon tax, making life even more unaffordable for Canadians. So my question tonight, a reiteration of my question in the last session, is this. Are they going to scrap the carbon tax, or at the very least, are they going to stop the increase in the carbon tax? Because by every metric, it's an absolute failure.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's good to see you in the chair tonight, and I want to thank the honourable member for his question and thank him for being a very thoughtful and constructive member of the Environment Committee that I have the good fortune to serve on. I'm not sure his question is so constructive tonight, however, but Madam Speaker, Canadians know that taking ambitious climate action today is not just a scientific imperative, but an economic one as well. And that is why Canada set an ambitious and achievable emissions reduction target of 40 to 45% below 2005 levels by 2030 and net zero emissions by 2050. Reaching our climate goals will also help ensure that the conditions are right to build a strong, resilient economy for generations to come. Madam Speaker, environmental gain and economic gain. Since 2016, the Government of Canada has taken swift and ambitious action to fight climate change, grow the economy, and keep life affordable for Canadians. The 2030 Emissions Reduction Plan is Canada's roadmap to meet achievable greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets to fight climate change and create a sustainable, strong economy for the future. With investments of over $9 billion, the 2030 Emissions Reduction Plan, the ERP, Madam Speaker, includes concrete actions across every sector of the economy. Many of these measures will reduce emissions while addressing affordability for Canadians. The Royal Bank of Canada, for instance, Madam Speaker, suggests that the clean economy could create between 235,000 and 400,000 new jobs in Canada by 2030. Economic gain, Madam Speaker. Today, there is a major market evolution taking place, and Canada has the opportunity to be a world-class leader in clean net zero options. Further, the 2030 ERP commits billions of dollars to make life more affordable for most Canadians through the Climate Action Incentive, which puts money back in the pockets of families while ensuring that homes and buildings are energy efficient to help Canadians save money on their monthly bills. The plan commits $1.7 billion to extend the incentives for zero-emission vehicles, which will make it easier for Canadians to purchase a zero-emissions vehicle and help keep the cost of fueling their vehicles down. The plan also invests an additional $458.5 million in the Canada Greener Homes Loan Program to help Canadians reduce emissions and, of course, reduce their energy bills, Madam Speaker. I think the honourable member, or I hope he will agree that Canada's oil and gas sector has the potential to be the cleanest global producer, and the 2030 Emissions Reduction Plan will help us get there. In addition to support for workers and a plan to cap oil and gas sector emissions, the 2030 Emissions Reduction Plan also announces a new tax credit for carbon capture, utilization and storage projects, Madam Speaker. I think it has support on that side of the House, and this is supported by an investment of $2.6 billion in Budget 2022. Just to counter one of the honourable member's statements, I would like to point out that in 2016, the Government of Canada's efforts have been able to reverse the upward trend of emissions. In 2015, Canada's emissions were on a steep climb because the Harper government did absolutely nothing for 10 years, Madam Speaker, and they were projected to be 12% above 2005 levels by 2030. According to the 2022 National Inventory Report, Canada's greenhouse gas emissions decreased.
Madam Speaker, I think this Liberal government has a different definition of ambition than I do, and most Canadians do. When I swam on the Canadian national team, my ambition was to qualify and go to the Olympics. I came very close. I came third at one of the Olympic trials. If I'd used their definition of ambition, I wouldn't have even jumped in the pool to compete in my event. The carbon tax is not ambitious. It doesn't work. Emissions go up. Canadians pay a tax. They get less money in their pockets. So to say that's ambitious, I think the member and the government does not actually understand what the term ambitious means. So he can talk about all kinds of things, but if he actually read the report from the PBO, I know it's hard, it's like 20 pages, it's a lot of reading, but Appendix A, page 18, 19, and 20, it shows most Canadians get less.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to point out that a cornerstone of Canada's carbon pollution pricing system is ensuring affordability for households through the return of the funds collected. And under the federal backstop system, the majority of households in jurisdictions that receive climate action incentive payments get more money than they pay in fuel charges. And Madam Speaker, that's the Parliamentary Budget Officer speaking. Direct payments to households not only help make the price of carbon pollution affordable, but also enable households to make investments to increase energy efficiency and reduce their emissions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And just before we rose for the summer break, I asked a question here about climate adaptation, about being better prepared for the increasingly destructive climate disasters that are affecting our country. And we've had a series of terrible years of catastrophic weather in Canada. Last year was a terrible year in my home province of British Columbia, with a heat dome that killed 619 people in Metro Vancouver, a series of fires that destroyed the town of Lytton and many other rural areas, and then a rainfall event that destroyed all the highways between through the coast and Cascade Ranges, flooded a huge area around Abbotsford, and flooded the interior communities of Princeton and Merritt. This year brought the derecho storm in May that devastated the Windsor-Quebec City corridor with winds of up to 190 kilometers per hour, intense thunderstorms, and several tornadoes. The damage to the power system from that storm was greater than that from the 1998 ice storm. It was the sixth costliest weather event in Canadian history, with insured losses of $875 million. This fire season in BC was quieter than last year. One fire on the edge of my riding evacuated some rural communities and destroyed one house. Another just over the hill from my house gave me and my neighbors some nervous moments. But the heat was in many ways longer lasting than last year, and there is still a series of fires burning in coastal forests in British Columbia that rarely face that threat. And now the East Coast is bracing for Hurricane Fiona, one of the strongest storms in years to threaten the Atlantic provinces, with wave height predictions of up to 30 meters. That's 100 feet. It's clear that we're not talking about the impacts of climate change in the future tense anymore. This is happening now. At present, Canadians, whether governments, businesses, or individual citizens, spend more than $5 billion every year to repair the destruction from weather events. This is predicted to balloon to $40 billion by 2050. The federal government has been covering less than 10% of these costs. It's time that we faced up to the costs of climate change and make significant investments with provinces and communities to minimize the impacts that we know are coming. And the federal government has to be a better partner with communities, especially small rural communities that cannot pay for these costs themselves or even put up front a significant portion. Princeton and Merritt, that were flooded last year, had to face the 20% of cleanup costs. That was more than double their annual tax base. Grand Forks, a community in my riding, was flooded in 2018, faced costs of $60 million to repair those damages. The federal government promised $20 million, but even now, 4 years later, there was a year delay in getting the first payment to the municipality. 10 public servants consecutively handled the file, each requiring the submitting of claims and supporting documentation which had been lost or not passed on. And the federal government provided claim template forms only to have completed forms returned with requests for additional detail that were never originally requested or required. And despite a clear contribution agreement signed in 2019, federal infrastructure officials have repeatedly and unilaterally changed the scope of allowable expenses. This government must do better to support communities and their citizens who are being forced to deal with the impact of climate disasters.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for raising this important issue. He raises the issue of not only the importance of infrastructure, but the causes and the impacts that infrastructure is having with extreme weather events, climate change, and adaptation. So I share his concern. We share the concerns of the needs for infrastructure to create more resilient communities. I recognize the frustration that he raised with us this evening about some of the application processes. I'd like to commit through you, Madam Chair, to all honourable members, and this member in particular, that we are in fact looking at how we can make infrastructure projects and programs more accessible, whether it's by communities, community groups, Indigenous communities, and rural and small communities. We recognize that not every municipality, for example, has a full-time staff to apply for infrastructure programs. I know I can't get into all of the details in this short time, but I commit to working with the honourable member opposite. We have increased program funding for more resilient communities, but in every infrastructure program that we are working on, we are looking at how to make those improvements to ensure that every community is better protected to deal with climate change, extreme weather events, and as I said before, to be more resilient. And I'll work with the communities impact with that honourable member to do better to ensure that communities can withstand these extreme weather events.
The honourable member for South Okanagan West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her assurances, but if she could just get her minister to respond to my 2 letters that I've sent about this issue over the last few months, I'd appreciate that. And it's great to hear announcements of government investments in climate adaptation. In BC, there have been projects jointly funded by the federal and provincial governments this year amounting to almost $30 million. But that's in stark contrast to the after-disaster rebuilding funding announcements this year in British Columbia, the federal government funding over $1 billion to help communities rebuild after floods and fires. And some of these funds are simply advances. The final cost will be higher. And that's, if my math is correct, that's about a 30 times difference between the investments before a disaster and the payouts after. And we need to significantly increase those investments in climate adaptation in Canada. This will not only save communities from future disasters, but lower the future costs of rebuilding after these events. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will commit to ensuring that his letters are responded to. And I would also agree that building more resilient communities and investing in infrastructure that can withstand climate change and extreme weather events before it happens is actually much cheaper, and it helps prevent the disasters, the job loss, the damage to people's homes, livestock, which we have seen throughout this country, unfortunately, in these extreme weather events. So we agree, we must have funds to support communities who have experienced these sorts of disasters, but investing up front, and dealing with climate change and the realities that we face as a result through infrastructure is going to be a better way to ensure communities remain safe and protected as climate change and these extreme weather events become more frequent, unfortunately. So I thank the member opposite once again for raising these issues.
It now being 7:48, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.